Hello, I am Chris from Airwindows, and it's time to do another live stream, seeing as it's Tuesday and all. And yeah, it turns out I was not too exhausted to drop Pointy Deluxe this weekend, and I'm pretty happy with how it went over. Seems like the right people found it. Because that's the thing, the trick with Pointy Deluxe is it can sound extremely bad if you're trying to compare it to the wrong thing. Like, it's extremely intense for what it does, and I felt I was able to demonstrate that fairly well, although I did hurt my finger in the process of doing it. That's down to playing instruments too hard. Yeah, see, there we are. The injury there. But the idea was making a plugin that could do that sort of over-intense, hyper-brutal metal kind of sound with the impact of the playing coming right through. And what I didn't actually expect was that it would fill up all available space with like one instrument. You just use one instance of it, and then there's no more room for anything else, and you're just working around that. And that's because it's doing the up to 15 stages of saturation and filtering. But much like with regular heavy guitars, the full range kind of sneaks through around the edges. And when the full range of a heavy guitar sound sneaks through, well, that's what ends up filling up all the space and leaving nothing left. And what Pointy guitar does to get around that is the extremely colorful bandpass filter, the high pass and the low pass in there. And that does a pretty good job of seeming like a actual amp and speaker and such. But the whole idea with Pointy Deluxe, and there can be further things to follow that as well, not instantly, but I've got some follow-ups. In particular, I've worked on a update for chimey guitar that does the compression thing in a way that I liked better, and that can also give rise to a chimey deluxe. That could be interesting. I can either confirm or deny that you may have heard it already on the bass. But my idea for today, given that I am not resting with Minecraft or whatever, probably I am willing to bet you that by the end of August and the beginning of September, I'm going to take a week and just chill. But I do have lots of cool things to do, and one of the things that I can do is, and come to think of it, I need to edit what we're doing. Because what we're doing is plugin coding rather than Godot this time, although I could show you what I've done with the Godot since you last saw it. Perhaps I'll do that. But before I go and do that, I am going to want to go and find my coding screen, which is a very old picture of me, by the way, but then I've been doing this for a while. And illustrate to people that that's what we're going to be doing. But yeah, why not? While we're in the process of doing this, maybe it would be fun to fire up what I've done with that scratchpad program. Because you probably haven't seen any of these things. I think I did this on my own time. I didn't do this on stream. So if we run this, we got last time to we got to making notes. And that was neat. That's no samples are involved here. I'm just synthesizing notes out of there. And it's basically just a wave-folded sine. But what we can also do here is the settings for these. Those are controlling what color that is. So my highest belted note is there. Or actually, no, it was there. D is the highest I can hit. But then you'll notice that what's also happening is we've got this little keyboard. I don't currently have it playing notes. But what wasn't there before was this list of chords. And this is from those pages of reference notes I made. But it's only showing what is immediately relevant to what you'd be doing. So you can go all the way over to like a D sharp, which is in the realm of all the sharps and flats. And it shows that we're playing all of the black keys, all the sharps and flats are enabled, and very few of the white keys. And if we move that, then the white keys shift around. That one, or this one. And those three keys are the keys where all the sharps and flats are enabled. Or you go down to C, and C is the key where all the white keys are enabled. I think a lot of people will be comfortable with that. My understanding is that there is a range where as you add increasing numbers of sharps and flats, people start to flounder more, including keyboard players and horn players and so on. Horn players, you'll be in like B flat or whatever. Let's see where that is found. Horn players, you would be in there, so you'd be flatting this note. That's why it's called D flat, or no, B flat, sorry. I've tried to incorporate all of this stuff where we call it D flat if the D is the one that's not present in the scale. I didn't used to know that, but I learned it gradually through figuring that stuff out. But here's another twist. The red dot on the side shows you what your root note is and moves up and down like that. This is showing my total vocal range for placing notes in. So if I wanted to do G minor, for instance, I could put it there, and there's a G. There's another. I can just barely hit that note in a falsetto, so limited range, but there you are. If you didn't have a limited range, guess what? This screen now updates to include whatever the range is that you tell it to be, or whatever you can actually sing. Or, if you have very little range, there's your top possible note. There's your bottom possible note. That's exactly 12 notes, so that's a very limited range. And this basically resizes so that this little click to place little notes, it doesn't play the notes like in a piano roll, but it's for finding, like, well, what notes might I use for my melody here? Well, I could sing this, but then I'd have to go into falsetto immediately. And not only that, you could be in some kind of key, like a fairly normal key, but then supposing you want to take the secondary key and start including other notes. Well, you start going upwards, and I call it advance, and that brings in these chords that basically fit into, like, here's your primary key, but the notes that are rendered in blue here are the ones that are kind of the additional key coming into focus, and it shows you these additional chords that you can use in order to do it. And it says advanced because the secondary key is higher than the primary key. It's sharper around the circle of fifths. But you do also get to go here, for instance, and that's a couple of steps behind. Like normal is just like this. But then if you wanted to bring in the secondary key of G, you get to play this. And that wasn't originally available. This is the additional note that you get to include. And if you go down to C, then you get to include these notes. But if you do, you're no longer in the key of D anymore. So it shows you which the notes are, and it lets you click on them, and still doesn't let you click on the ones that don't fit in either key. And if you play a C major or a F major in the key of D, that's a sort of related key. Firstly, C is the closest, and then F is even farther, and you can keep going. Past a certain point, it stops showing you the additional things, but you can keep going right up to where your primary key is D, but you can play a D flat chord in major, and that is about as far away from the original key as you could ask. And it's going in increasing amounts of receding. And these are the new chords that are brought in. These other chords are also taken out in the process, but I haven't incorporated anything for that yet. Indeed, if you're combining keys, you will continue to play chords like these. And you'll also find places for stuff like this. It's the farther along it goes, the weirder the result is. Similarly, we can go advance way over to here, and the farther it goes, the weirder the result is. So if you're playing in the key of D and you go to a C minor or a G minor, they sound completely out of nowhere and make no sense. But it will show you that those are the ones that you can increasingly go to if you want something that sounds even more strange. And I'm pretty sure those are the only chords that get added as you keep wandering through the keys in that way, as you keep pushing farther in that direction, that's what ends up happening. And I believe that my secondary key is continuing to light up other stuff, but the chords aren't changing because I made the chords stop after a certain point. And it returns itself to whatever the primary key is as you go. I could make it have the C in the center, but I've got the C at the lowest one. And I widened this so that there was an easy way of, say, you're starting in C, you can drop into a B flat if you want a seemingly fairly related chord, or an E flat, or an A flat. You can go and get whatever seemingly related chords you might want, and those would be increasingly alien and not sounding like they're part of the original key. Or again, advanced means these are not part of the original key, but you can play them anyway, and rather than sounding like it's sort of dropping back into a weird sort of melodic space, it's advancing into a weird melodic space, rather. And that's as far as I've got with this. But the fact that it's drawing out a little piano keyboard that's 3 octaves wide to show you what the available notes are is, I think, easier to interpret than trying to read it off of this list of vertical bars where you can sound notes. Being able to see it here is easier if you're picking it out on a keyboard. And seeing it written as words is what I need if I am using this and trying to pick out chords on a guitar. Like I probably will, like I can find G sharp minor on a guitar because I'll be using a bar chord for that. B7, somewhat uncomfortable, but I'll be using an A folk chord and barring it up a little bit. C sharp minor, well, that typically is more, that would have to be way up the neck as a bar chord. And as a folk chord, C sharp is not actually very convenient to play. In fact, C minor is not even that convenient to play as a folk chord. C major is the one that I'm used to as the folk chord. Like there. So in the key of C, all of people basically know how to play all these chords in folk chords. Possibly excepting B minor, but it's not really that hard to get to. And then this can show you the relative key. The idea with where this is going to go is I've done some additional work that I can show you what it is, but I'm not going to be able to put it into gear today. So I've got these little cards, and they have tempos on them. Because in the work that I was doing, I worked out that you could have 4 basic sort of tempo themes. Groove, flow, edge, and attitude. Fair. And these various tempos and the names that are associated with them fall into those general categories. So what I've done is I've taken every single arrangement card that I made and arranged them around so that it covered the widest number of variations I could get. And I've put in a tempo hint and a key hint. And the key hints are in the colors you see on the screen to some extent. I think my C, it's a tomato sort of color, is not really that obvious on the screen of the program, but it doesn't matter. This is basically just what I'm talking about doing. Like for instance, E flat, that has been drawn over a green background, and sure enough, if I go to find E flat, that also is a green background. And I'm going to be using that color coding for things. Also, as we overlay other chords on. Like that sort of tomato looking color is overlaid onto the E flat, and this pretty much exposes almost every note. It's leaving out C sharp and F sharp, but all the other notes are available. And these are the chords that you would play, none of which include a C sharp or an F sharp anywhere in there. But if you wanted to go even harder, you can go to a secondary key that's so extreme that it does contain the C sharp and the F sharp, meaning that every single 12-tone note is available if this is your primary and this is your secondary key. But yeah, what I've got here, and this is dual-sided by the way, I had to take all of these and update and draw on them. And so everything has both the color coding, haven't shuffled it yet, and the key, the tempo color coding, because what I need to do is go through and for every single one of these, type them into the computer so that I can bring them up in that interface in some other section so that you can play these as like the card game type of thing I've been trying to put together. And again, it's double-sided, so there's twice as many as you think. Probably what it's going to be doing is you'll start by picking a mood, whether it be sad, calm, happy, empty, or something, and hit some form of randomize button, which will give you all of the starting cards starting on that mood. For instance, this one is Scrapes Parsecs. It gives you the key of C to start with. All of the things that are shown on here, you'll have to pick among all of the cards that you draw and probably randomize in order to have it offer different suggestions. For instance, it might make suggestions for cool, angry, or kind, calm. And in some of those cases, the vertical positioning of the cards will go too high or too low. It will be inaccessible. But the idea is to construct a sequence of arrangement moods that probably the idea is get it so that it will repeat. Get it so that it will cycle through. It'll end on sad, calm as well, and that will presumably be a satisfying thing, that it returns to where it started. I think that's a normal compositional technique. And the trick will be calculating out, firstly, what changes do you throw in arrangement-wise, as far as do you go denser, do you go fiercer? Here's a sad, calm scrapes parsecs that can go to cool, angry, or kind, calm. Here's a sad, calm noiseless lionesses. That's A sharp rather than C. They're both flow tempo. And this one goes to hasty, angry, or sad, fall. I weighted the distribution of the keys so that the ones with like the wildest departures in arrangement are also the ones that start bringing up. Here, let me close this. We are done showing that thing. We'll go back to showing this thing. The idea is that as you do the arrangement thing, which is much like playing any sort of card game for getting inspiration, like Oblique Strategies or whatever, rather than it giving you a feel the vibe instruction or something, you're getting a sequence of arrangement ideas and going, okay, I want to start like this, and then it's more like that, and then it drops back to this. It describes the transitions, because my cards describe what the transitions seem like. And once you've constructed an arrangement, now you're stuck picking for each section of it. You have to pick a base key from what's available on the screen. And you have to pick tempos from what's available on the screen. You have many choices in these 4 categories, but you got to pick one of the categories that is contained within the cards you've used. And you've got to pick time signatures, like the 23-8 that's on the top of the card deck that I see. And then you start making stuff up. Your choices have been constrained so much that you're kind of off and running going, well, I can only do a riff in 23-8 over this, and it is also specified that it has to be 7-7-7-2. I'm almost certainly going to include the number in Softclock that you use for that, because it's designed to work with Softclock. So you go, okay, pick that number, that's the groove that you use. It happens to be a 23-8 or a 17-4 or something like that. But you have to pick a time signature that's available in the cards. And in order to get to the chords that you might want to do, you'll say pick a key signature and then manipulate the secondary key signature until you can get the chords you want to use. Assuming that you might want to, for instance, if you can sing in the key of D, but it's told you that you have to be in a different key, 2 things you can do. One of them is use the secondary keys until the D chord you want is revealed. The other thing is use that middle control to specify what mode you're in. Because you can tell it, oh, hey, I could sing in the key based on a D from here if I choose Lydian mode. Let's do that. And you start doing that, then you can click on the little screen with the piano roll stuff, and hear what melodies are available, like what notes you can use. And of course, the secret here is once you actually start doing this, I don't know if I'm even going to have this done this year. Some of my energy has to go towards things like Console H, which I promised. But once you start doing this, all bets are off. It's for getting you to go into the DAW and a blank arrangement, much like I had to start with when demoing Pointy guitar, a Pointy Deluxe. And rather than being like, I have no ideas, I'm stuck for anything to do, be like, okay, I have to play something. Here's what I am told I must play, set soft clock to. And every card gets you 2 choices with that, by the way, so it's not overly demanding. Instead, you get typically an easy choice and a really tricky, weird, odd time choice because I just like those. And it's music composition in the form of like a fun puzzle and weird thing to do. So it doesn't worry me a bit that it's a bunch of weird, odd times. And it spells out, given that you're picking from what's on the table as far as which cards you've used, you got to select something that was there, at which point you set soft clock to it, and then that's just what you must go with. And oh hey, there's some chords that you can use. These are the chords that you must go with. You pick like a mode to be in. Say you're in like Lydian mode or whatever, and off you go. You can start noodling around playing chords, and it's giving you some prompts. It's giving you like, you can use these chords, you can use these chords. You can also push the key signature, and if you push the key signature farther, the adjacent keys, the farther you go, this is what gets produced as far as using those weird chords. It will show you what's adjacent in the circle of fifths, because this is all based on circle of fifths. And it will show you what's a more weird departure. And it doesn't really so much hide the ones that are the bass key. It might be something that I could look into doing. I'm not sure how easy that would be, though. But the idea is that once I get the card thing going, and I don't know how I'm going to implement that other than I want to use this mechanic where the middle is where you've started with, and then there is a shifting up or shifting down, or in this case, this card has a no change vertically or drop down 2 stages. These all have to do with what has been changed to arrangement-wise. Like when it goes from sad, calm to cool, angry, that's a change of 1 characteristic. For this one, if it goes from cruel, angry to kind, calm, that's a change of 2 characteristics, so it bumps up by this much. Or it can drop down by that much, and that goes from cruel, angry to happy. I'm not honestly sure why some of these are laid out the way they are, but if I've made a mistake, I'll fix the mistake. I think what's going on there is when it drops down, it means it's keeping 1 aspect of the arrangement and changing 1 aspect of the arrangement. And so it's like, is it changing 1 aspect extremely, or is it changing 1 aspect only a little bit? And I can probably go through here until I find one that is less of a change. Maybe not. Maybe that's not even a thing. I thought it was, though. Actually, I know it is because some of the cards that I made... haha. I found one. I found 2. These are all going to be together because I haven't shuffled this. And the reason I can't shuffle these is because they're cheap cardstock without good edges. I had these things. So these are transitions. In fact, it's showing a through line where you could go through this card to the other card. And it can go straight through. In fact, this would be a cycle. This would be 2 cards that you could play like this. If it cycles, that means you can also switch them around like that. but these both have options of switching down one. So switching down one means, in the case of happy empty to cruel angry, there's nothing in common with those. Kind calm to sad full, there's nothing in common with those either. The opposites are cruel and kind, happy and sad, or full and empty, or calm and angry. Those are the ones where it's a big change. So the way it basically works is, if you switch up by 2 stages, you've radically changed the texture of your arrangement. You've gone, for instance, from sad full to happy empty, or vice versa. And the idea with that positioning stuff, and I've had this for years, but it's been based on the card game, which I probably can't do a card game this way. And it's not comfortable to work with because there are too many cards, and the blanks that I have aren't easily shuffled, so what are you going to do? I'm going to make a video game out of it is what I'm going to do. But the idea of the going up or down is about having stuff return to the original level again at the end. Having it be, in choosing different arrangement textures, you can't simply just keep on doing weird, abstract, radical changes. It's not pleasing to constantly go, for instance, this one, crenellation intolerance. Cruel angry to kind calm. That's a radical change. Cruel angry to cruel empty is another aggressive change, but it's dropping down in a different way. Likewise, cruel empty to cruel angry drops down 2 steps. Cruel empty to kind full is literally opposite of everything, and that's jumping up 2 steps. And I made all of these positionings and came up with all these key signatures and worked out all of these color codings and came up with all of the funny time signature suggestions. For instance, here's Enumeration Mountaineer, and that's suggesting that in your tune you can use a 23/8, which goes 8/8/7 in counting it. Because typically the way that stuff works is you have a repeating section and then you have a departure from it. Here's a 19 that is counted 8/8/3. There will be soft clock settings included with this when it's finished. And of course the name of the card is a anagram. Etruscan centaurs. Siberian binaries. I think that's an evocative sound. In fact, if you play the card Siberian binaries, you can go from kind calm to cruel empty, and one of your time signatures available on the card is 0. 0 time signatures is like what you get in the middle of Yes is Close to the Edge, where it's just an ambient space there as a contrast between what was also being done. Honestly, Close to the Edge, I think, contains every conceivable texture that I use in this card game. Perhaps not cruel empty, because it's a very sweet sounding area, but then it definitely includes kind calm, includes all of those things. Especially the very beginning is definitely red, cruel, angry. It's daunting music. And yeah, that I put a bunch of time into these the other day, and by a bunch of time I mean many hours, because I need to start copying these over to the computer so they can go into that program, and so I can start playing around with this stuff, because playing around with it, including like having the tempo things made so that it will suggest a tempo, and then you click on wherever it suggests and go, okay, we have now settled on a flow tempo, and I can do up-tempo things for that. It doesn't necessarily mean slow. So if I want a fast tempo, I can do 130 or 150 or 171 if I want to really crank it. But those will all feel basically like there's an effortlessness that comes into it when that particular node of tempo flavor shows up. So there's a big difference between, say, 140 and 150. And 140 is a very popular drum and bass tempo. It is maximally aggressive. It is a fierce, angry sounding tempo. But 150, even though it's only 10 BPM away, feels like a sort of trancey thing and stuff. There's less pummeling aggression to 150 than you get in 140. And you can also get there at 130. So there are adjacent tempos. I'm probably going to make it so that as you're drawing cards, for each section of music that you have, you get to pick a different tempo, a different key, so on, if you want to. But they all have to be on the table. So if you wanted to do 150 and 130, you'd have to have two flow cards visible on your table. And only then would you be able to specify those two things. You have to have two separate options for flow, rather than just being able to pick that once and then go to any variation on it anytime you wanted. Anywho, we're not looking at the Godot program right now. In fact, I'm going to put these cards away where they're not in my face so that I'm not distracted by them. Because, yeah, a fair amount of time I've spent working on the Godot program. I'm very interested. I showed up on the Godot, the primary Godot Discord. And I asked people, is anybody interested in taking it on themselves to port the Bacon-Paul shared library for the Airwindows plugins and bring it into the Godot engine so that I can use them, because I'm not competent to port things to the Godot engine. I do my own thing. I don't have the facility of doing that. And I didn't get anybody to do it, so I didn't beat it into the ground. But I'm going to continue to be interested. Maybe I should ask Lars. Lars has been showing up in the consolidated GitHub, and has been doing. Lars is why Consolidated is trying to bring mono VST options in, and is also responsible for having to dial stuff back at one point because I had somebody run into a technical problem because of the changes that were made. And that's always my warning. It's like, oh, go ahead, go nuts, but I can't actually help you if it goes wrong, and I'll still be held responsible, so I will run interference for you. If somebody complains, they will complain to me. And I won't have done the coding, and I won't know how to fix it. But I'll still take it on to run interference for you if you want to go and start experimenting with Consolidated. Consolidated is in very good hands with largely Bacon-Paul paying attention to it. But when we have additional people showing up and doing stuff there, then that becomes interesting. So there's a couple of things that I can do here. As you see, I have a plugin called Silken. I think it'll even build. It did even build. And right now, all it is, let's see if I can have sounds available as well, is my filter. And give me a second while I find what I'm doing. Yeah, there's a good candidate. One day I'll get back into singing. Everything that I have sung in any song in recent years has been done with me suffering horribly from histamine reactions and barely being able to breathe all winter. This last winter, I solved that problem with the help of a local doctor who got me on first-generation antihistamines, like Benadryl and stuff. And that straightened that out very much so that I no longer was being forced to cough all the time. Works pretty well for allergy season and stuff, too. but I have not actually tried to re-sing any of these songs, so this is all recorded from when I could barely breathe. And that's challenging. That becomes very challenging. PQRS. There it is. So what we've got here is this. It's a little bit unfair. It's just prime FIR. That's too much from one who cannot dare. The idea here is, why not make a highs lift filter that's actually a low cut filter that's the inverse of prime FIR? But rather than have, it'll probably be built into, like, there's not a lot of reason to do the non-primed version. Like, there's not a lot of reason to try to do a brick wall high pass. But it's very interesting incorporating the principle that the prime FIR was doing. I'm happy to hear that. Jonathan says that K Guitar Hall is amazing for getting them. Well, you just wait. There's an update coming. What you heard on, you might have seen this, well, no, you wouldn't have seen this on the video because I wasn't showing the Reaper project. You might have thought you were hearing K Guitar Hall on the demo for Pointy Deluxe. You were not. You were hearing K Guitar Hall 2. That's coming. And I consider that that is even better at what you're talking about. But that is indeed what I was trying to get out of the original K Guitar Hall. So you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I just think I'm going to be able to beat it. In fact, I'm pretty sure of it. The fun thing about K Guitar Hall, as it contrasts to what I put out yet, is K Guitar Hall 2. Let's see, I think I can even demonstrate this. Yeah. So you can do this. It's a little bit unfair. Surely it's a little bit unfair. And you got your earlier reflections and everything. But we've also got position. Position replaces pre-delay. And the lowest setting is the 3x3 matrix is the smallest available numbers in the 6x6. The largest is the largest available numbers in the 6x6. What this does, let me pick a different thing because I don't like the bad note that I sung. That's shorter delays on the early reflections. So that sounds like I'm up against the back wall. That sounds like I'm far away from the back wall. And every step along the way, every step of the way, it's a slightly different sound. I'm pretty sure there were, what, 16, 19, something like that sounds in there. So what you get, and I can do a guitar in there as well, because it's Guitar Hall after all. This is coming, among the things that are coming. We can cut regen down a little bit. Position of 0, that's literally the back wall. Position 1 is as far forward as you can get. It's right up front. And every step of the way back is a slightly different sound as well. So you can search for your positioning in the room, and that will help you dial in the sound. You're going to get different resonances as you would moving an amp in the room. And this now replaces what pre-delay is. For instance, that was a fairly sharp sound, but move it a little bit, other resonances come out. All the way to back of the room, where it's clearly not out front. And it'll have solidness and body to it because we're not really doing pre-delay anymore. And early reflections further exacerbates the sound that you get. So you moved it off the back wall. Move it a little farther forward. And you'll have to pick a tone out of what you get because this is actually redefining the 3x3 matrix every step of the way. So if you were really getting into it, yes, this is too good to miss. This worked way better than the pre-delay one that I had previously. And all the way up in the front, this is the maximum pre-delay that you have, unless of course you built in a delay to the entire. Because here's what I'm probably going to end up doing is in my Console X setup, and any further setup that I make along that lines, I do have a set of controls, my send A through D, that I have being sent to different reverbs. And what I've been doing is going, okay, so here's the super short reverb, and then here's the guitar hall reverb, and let's also include a giant, enormous, long, deep reverb, stuff like that. I think what I'm going to want to do is have either four, maybe not four, but imagine 4 instances of guitar hall on the aux ends. And you pick one aux end for each sound. They all, or probably all, have the same amount of regeneration, although you could have the deep field one have a little bit more sustain to it. Nothing wrong with that. But they're all the same reverb, but they all have a different position setting. What that means is I can have, like, supposing I'm doing the heavy guitar thing, I can have twin heavy guitars on left and right that are far forward but still have reverb in their space so that it's like plastered on the speakers and it's the full stereo kind of thing, right? And then a third thickener guitar, but that one is positioned much farther back in the room. Or the 2 guitars up front on the speakers, and then another 2 stereo guitars for double tracking and layering. But those ones, maybe they're not even playing the same thing, maybe they're playing the same thing, but they are going to a separate reverb bus in which position is much farther towards the back wall. It should be possible to get a really convincing acoustic space out of that, especially since these recent reverbs that I'm doing do a pretty good job of synthesizing an acoustic space out of a hard panned input. So what could be better than being able to set up multiple layers of depth in the mix so that you have, say, a guitar or a synth or an instrument, and you're picking how much reverb goes into it, yes, but you are also picking where is this in context of the room that you're creating. So rather than overlaying a bunch of different things, and again, I see no reason that there couldn't be like either maybe the front ones or the back ones or whatever works, having a different setting on, you could have a different setting on the filter, you could have a different setting on the regeneration. So there could be a particular sound that's going into the room and it's more deep room, but it's also, you could have it be more deep room but have it be way less sustain, or you could have it be more deep room and considerably more regeneration so that the sound just hangs in the air a lot longer. All of these things should be possible using the same reverb matrix, so the same basic sound of the reverb, to the extent that that's even a thing, because when we use this position control, the different sounds are also user available. So it's like, okay, let's position our virtual amps. Everything is now in the box. Everything is being done like with Crunchy Guitar, or no, that's a different one. Forgive me for bringing that up because it's not out yet, but you will get a Crunchy Guitar, or Punchy Guitar, sorry. And, everything could be Pointy Deluxe, or indeed the original Pointy Guitar. I've currently got a small control surface. This is the one that I got from Fonk and built myself and bought all of the possible color codings for it. And that's set up for Pointy Guitar, Chimey Guitar, Punchy Guitar, etc., with the idea that I'll probably want to use these bandwidth controlling things, the speaker controls. I feel like that's typically going to be what I use for getting sounds like that. However, all those things will also be available with, say, Pointy Deluxe if you wanted the sound that literally fills up all available mix space immediately, because that's what the Deluxe versions do, since they don't have the bandpass filter built into them. And that should be interesting. I could see maybe moving on towards the fall, although I will be very busy trying to get Console H up and running. But I could see getting back into live streaming music making once I have that Wild Music composition app done, because those are the things that I need to have available, and what I need to have in order to start making music out of nothing. It's really heartening to me. I gotta say, I'm very pleased with the fact that the kind of people who like industrial metal enjoyed what I did for them. Because I hurt my finger playing the guitar doing that, and I bought a guitar especially to be able to make that noise, just so that I could know whether it would work. And I immediately felt that it did not do your modern commercial metal type sound. It did not successfully make the noise that I kind of expected I was going to be able to make. I kind of thought I was going to be able to dial in any commercial metal noise, and I really did not. I really did not, because the cabinet impulse response or whatever, the band passiness, and the additional blur and color of the speaker cabinet is so much a part of metal that it was a mile away from what I thought I was going to be able to do. But the idea was always not, I'm going to clone this particular guitar stack. It was always, I want to make a sound people don't have available to them. and I'm thinking it's probably going to be incredibly brutal. And I did my level best with it. I played real hard and hurt my hand doing it. And I put it out even though I didn't have any confidence that anybody was going to tolerate what I had done. And all the right people liked it. So that feels real good. And then I immediately went and, like the next day, Kathleen from Loading and Ready Run posted on Blue Sky a King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard live set in Bulgaria, which is apparently a fairly recent live set that they put out in their bootleg channel. And it was phenomenal. I enjoyed the hell out of that. But I also could not help but notice that their brutal live sound is very similar to what Pointy Deluxe does. Like, they could probably get their sounds using Pointy Deluxe. And that was quite interesting. I had forgotten that Giz uses that exact kind of incredibly brutal sound. Up to like one of the things that they like doing is wah pedals and stuff going into the heavy guitar. So they really get those voicings sometimes. And I have just done a plugin to help anybody get those things, and so that makes me happy. I'm probably going to end up having to make a guitar stomp box that does that. It's not impossible that I can do something like that. In fact, I know how I would go about starting, so I'll see whether I'll find the time and energy for it at some point. And I'm still here, so we can still try things like this. But it'd probably be Electrosmith Daisy based, if I can make that code run on a Daisy, which I probably can. It's not like it's one of the reverbs. It's not that hard. It's just a little demanding. And Daisies are like 24-bit 96K ins and outs, so it comes with what I need already. I remember that being that. I could be mistaken. And then what it would also have to include, I think, since I don't have the facilities to do this properly with like the full range of controls, I would have to build a separate little daughter board out of like perf board or whatever and use trim pots so that you would the pedal would take a guitar input. You would have your output, which would be like raw Pointy Deluxe output, if that would be the correct choice. And you'd run that into an amp and then into a speaker to get your giant heavy sound. And you would adjust 10 trim pots inside it to get to your magic tone. And having done that, it's not impossible that it could drift, especially if you picked a really twitchy, touchy tone to go by. It's not impossible that it would go off, but that just makes it more interesting because it's like a monstrous analog device that requires, tuning and adjustment like some kind of Ferrari or whatever. And yeah, and the you tracked down some of Slipperman's works? Yeah, like Taking Back Sunday and stuff. Tim Gillies, he's a notable guy. And you definitely should go and find his Distorted Guitars from Hell readings, because it is, if those kinds of sounds interest you, that is somebody who is doing what I do before I did it. Not in the sense of making plugins, but it's profoundly inspirational for where my project is. So much of what I do in life is inspired by what Slipperman was doing when he basically fought to make Big Blue Meanie in New Jersey a successful recording studio, and he fought to make himself be a better metal engineer, to some extent producer. I don't think he really wanted to be producer so much, but just a working engineer who could bring lots of bands in and get them to sound their best. And that was this guy's passion project. He had things like, on some of the videos, he was scolding interns because they had taken his incredibly expensive Grado headphones and like wrapped them up the wrong way. And no, I lose my mind when you do this, and so you need to never do that, understand? And yeah, he ran into medical problems and had to flee the country because he had to go to a country where he would get medical care. He was too wealthy to be like a Medicaid guy, and way the hell too poor to survive what was happening to him off of his like small businessman, studio owner kind of thing, because studio owner is not going to make you money in a serious way anyhow. He sold his studio to his interns for like $1, and as far as I know, they're still working there. I haven't really been keeping track of what's happened with Big Blue Mini. But the distorted guitars held missives and then narratives, because there are also extensive MP3s that he also made where he is talking through all of that stuff, which is charming to hear. He's this crotchety old man, and sounds terrible, and smoking a cigar and stuff, and then bitching when he talks so long that his cigar went out again. So he's like, it's never going to be good again. When it goes out, it tastes like butt. And yeah, I even met him in person once, but I sympathized because he was going through a really difficult time at one point, and I sent him a note of friendship. And that was the only interaction I ever got to have with the man. But he inspired what I do, because what he was doing with the narratives and the missives was he was trying to dump his knowledge and how he did what he did to other people, knowing he wasn't going to be around forever and wanting other people to be able to do it. He was sharing the wealth. He was sharing his information. And because the thing is, like, you can only do so many things. Slipperman also talked about how being a musician or being an engineer is kind of a choice. And it's a little bit true for me as well, except for there's the third thing, which is the DSP programmer, and I ended up being that rather than either of the other two. And of the other two, I'm probably the better mix engineer than musician, but that's also why I lean so hard into making the music be weird and iconoclastic and whatever I want, because at least I can have that. If I tried to do commercial successful music and just be like, well, let's get serious about this and sell some records, I would be up a creek as far as being as good as people who were dedicated themselves to music rather than engineering or programming. And that's just how it is. There's only so much time to do anything that you'd wish to do, so like hop to it and start doing it, basically. It's what I'm going to be doing with the programming stuff you're looking at here. And beyond that point, it's basically just I don't even know what to say. Other than, yeah, there's a reason I included Slipperman's. People were making fun of it, like, or actually they were enjoying it, but they were also making fun, like, oh, nobody has a Satan control in their plugin, Chris from Airwindows. And it's, again, loudly dedicated to Slipperman's work and his generosity in trying to share his information with everybody, because that's what he was doing. And he was still booking gigs. He got to where he was not really worried about being able to book more gigs. Like, he was sold out. Similarly to Steve Albini, who is also no longer with us, he was able to work enough. Steve, mind you, was doing things like playing in poker tournaments when the studio wasn't making enough money. But still basically the same thing. Like, okay, he has enough of a name for himself, and he is doing his thing. And how about I shift over into trying to actually make something with this now? Don't mind the noises outside. That's some kind of truck. It's another hot one today. It's going to be nice when that finally lifts. Like, there's all of August to get through and everything, but I'm still doing my ventilating my place by pulling air through it. I think sometimes that doesn't actually do me any favors because I'm just drawing air in from outside. So like if a skunk was wandering around, well, then the smell of the skunk is inside too. It hasn't picked any fights with anybody, mind you, but, you know, or what I don't like is if people are smoking outside, because I don't smoke. But all the same, if my only cooling of this place involves drawing air from outside and exhausting it through the attic, then I'm kind of stuck with what, or similarly, if there's a bad pollen situation, I'm going to experience it as well. But that's what you get when you don't have air conditioning. And I do manage to keep it pretty habitable even though I don't have air conditioning, but that's how I do it, so that's the cost of that. Anyways, Silken. Here was the idea from this. And I think we can start with this, but we're not going to want to keep it quite that way, and I'll tell you why. I'm pretty sure I'm going to want to subtract not the original incoming input sample, but the middle of the window. And we're also going to want to do only prime, so let me set that up. If I do it correctly, per MC can be a wet dry. So it could be a depth control rather than just being full crank at all times. It's going to have hella latency, but I don't know any other way of doing this. So let's see. Non-prime, less than 0.5. If non-prime, then here's the one where we are not actually using this. No, in fact, both of those can go away, because here's the one we are actually using. Let's see if I can get this to work. There we are. That means I will still have middle available, and well, wouldn't it be interesting if I could just include that as a negative sample and it would work? That would be kind of freaky. I don't think that's necessarily what it is, though. I don't think my gains are going to be correct. But I do think and let's do the same thing here. We're only interested in the prime part now. And I think that, yeah. I don't know that I'm necessarily doing times 0.5. Let's see. This is that mode of just trying to do stuff and seeing what happens. I swear by this, although it's messy. Let's see. For window times 2. So we're redefining this array all the time. That's fine. Hopefully this will all still work. Wondering to what extent this is a thing. We're probably fine. Yeah, it seems about right. Okay, so here we're defining this stuff. That might as well be there. For MC, there's a slight clunking noise that you hear. It is an overhead fan. Again, more of the fans to stay cool rather than... Oh, and concurrent viewers. Have I stopped streaming? Have I failed to stream? Let me take a moment and bounce my stream. Just trying to get it started again. There we go. And we'll see whether... Yep, there we go. Okay, hopefully that's going to still be a thing. It's possible that... Oh, I'm still up. Okay. It'll have hesitated a little bit because I shut off and restarted the stream. It's all good. I'll try to keep talking. It's possible when I started actually coding, people ran away. And it's fine. Like what I'm doing does not actually require that you be hanging on my every word or anything. That would be kind of silly. So let's see. We got middle and window. Window is the largest extent and are limitations of it. I'm not using wet yet, but when we are, it will be available. And then the remaining thing, oh, hang on. So we can do all of this, but then we got to update dry sample. So we might as well define it down here. Well now, so you see the thing I'm staring at? The thing I'm staring at is where it says FIR FIP equals prime FIP minus middle or middle minus FIP. We're counting, and we're going to firstly to middle and then all the way to so FIR buffer is where we're going to be bringing the dry sample out. But we're not going to be using FIRP here. I can scooch that over to there. It'll work the same. So here's the question. Is that actually the middle sample? Oh, well, I'm sorry the video had lag. I feel like what I have visible over here on the side of my the streaming computer's screen is concurrent viewers as a little bar graph, and so it's all hovering around up to 12 people, and then it just randomly fell off a cliff at around 12:10. So I can only assume something went wrong, but there was only so much I could do about it. What I did was I restarted my stream, and we shall hope that worked. But I'm doing the best I can. So let's that's what I defined, yeah? Yeah. Let's do it the other way around. As usual, the reason I'm doing 1.0 minus wet is to not have to keep an additional variable around, because modern computers are much happier doing extra random math than they are storing extra random data. And we are also, see, one concern about this though is we actually don't need that, do we? Because we're going to want to simply scale it up until it is the high pass I wanted it to be. So let's see where we've got this up to. One thing about it, it should run, or at least it should run once I put a semicolon there. Let's see if it builds. Up. I forgot to remove this bit. It doesn't need this here. In fact, I don't need to define that at all. Check this out. Why do we even need to have that there when we can have this and see whether this does the job? By default, we will take the middle sample, and then we're going to subtract this weird thing that we're doing, and we're not going to be done if it works. There's more. Let's see whether it built this time. Okay, it built, but we're not done. And if it works, I'll take a minute and explain why we're not done. But suffice to say, we're not done. Also, I need to run it on a bassy thing to find out whether it's really canceling properly. But we'll start with the guitar. So this is now a dry wet. So this is dry. Ooh, no it's not, is it? Middle is not the variable I want. Like if we implied this, that is not what I'm looking to do. Not even close. That's a sample and hold. That's what that is. So let's not have that. I thought I was going to be further along, but apparently not. Input sample equals verb buffer middle. Middle's being defined here. It's window times position middle. That should be stable. What I don't get is how it's... Okay. Whoa. Here's why this didn't work. Verb buffer middle is a fixed point, but that's not a fixed relative point. If I did verb buffer FIRP, which stands for FIR position, then it will do an output. if I do FIR, I basically have to use the second instance of this. Give me a minute. Which means I do, in fact, need to make the dry sample. And I'll tell you why. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Hang on. So here's the bit that's not working. The reason it's not working is this is not moving. If I do this, the thing is moving. Then I'll get audio out, but it won't be a delay. So what I'm going to want to be doing is that, but that isn't going to be perfect either. But it'll be a lot closer. And that is because, let's see. So for this is basically the only reason this needs to be the way it is because I'm letting it do a more efficient calculation most of the time. Like if our width control is not really very wide, then we're doing our little window of generating this FIR filter, which is very similar to generating like a tiny convolution reverb or something, and not checking to see whether any of the samples are over the length of the buffer. That's the first bit that we see. The second bit that we see is also a complete loop. And in fact, it is a loop to the limit of the extent. Middle is half of window. So what we can do here is to get this to work, we take this and then we remove the loop out of the middle of it. Let's put it after this other one. And then we have to define a dry sample, so, or no, wait, no, we don't, do we? No, we don't. But what we don't need is this bit. Because we're not doing a loop this time, we're just grabbing one sample out of there. Here's as big as that is. And we don't care about prime window anymore. Prime window is what's giving us our total length of the thing, and window is the largest possible setting. We're not cycling through that anymore. Instead, what we're doing is, let's see, what we're referring, middle. Middle is what we were referring to. I am pretty sure we need prime middle, though. I think that's what the situation is. Yeah, see, for middle equals 1. Or is it? I don't know off the top of my head whether going to for middle makes any sense or whether it does not. But what I've got written in here is that we are counting up to position middle. Well, that doesn't make any sense either. No, window times position middle, I stand corrected. And then up to window. I'm basically trying to figure out whether I need to have it say for middle or for or prime. No, for I'm going to guess it needs to be this. And we'll find out together whether that's true or not. I don't know whether that's true, but we're going to find out. So there's where it's losing me, though. Do I need to have prime middle? I'm thinking maybe I do. I'm thinking maybe I do. I'm thinking maybe it needs to say this. Which in that case, those things need to be adjusted as well. That'll be the same information. That's going to be the same as, let's see, I guess that's where for middle shows up, doesn't it? That's where it shows up. So we've defined it up here as literally 1 at that point. So this is the point where it returns literally 1. Times 1 is the same as not having that be there at all. So now we head into this, and we've got these two lines of code. And they do the same thing, because the 1 is just immediately returning that middle sample, assuming that part is right, but I'm pretty sure it is. I think that is correct. And then the second one is just dialing back the reverb space if the end of it will go, or if prime middle goes over the end of the reverb space. Delay space. The delay buffer. This is the thing where it's relating to this thing, but then if the access to the array size goes off the end, this is the part where it's that minus, if this is larger than the array space, then we're subtracting 32768. And I can test whether those are set up correctly by running sine waves through it and stuff, because there will be a little ticky noise in the sine wave if I haven't got it counted right. But here's where we get a dry output, and we're defining input sample into literally just being only the dry sample again. It's complicated, but we're only reading out of the buffer what's been written into the buffer, so it's nothing but a delay at that stage. Here's where we add, not that, oops. Here's where we add this. Copy. And also this, because currently input sample is just straight up our filter and our filter is a low-pass filter currently, if you subtract the correct low-pass filter from the input signal coming in, and we're delaying the input signal coming in because this is an FIR filter. This is a filter that reaches in two directions in time rather than just one. So it has pre-ring, it has a bunch of stuff that I don't normally use. But in order to, well, we'll find out. I could be wrong about that too. We'll find out whether I'm wrong about that. I believe this will still build, sure enough. One thing that is fairly certain is I bet the dry signal is no longer going to be a clicky sample and hold behavior. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be a sample and hold behavior anymore. Also, if I do it right, I can get it to cancel out, and there will be nothing but high frequencies or silence. I don't think I'm there yet. So is this now a dry signal? Yes. Sounds a little funny, but still. Should be no change here. That's actually making it louder. Widest possible window. We also have the longest delay. We're hearing something in the way of a subtract. I just don't think it's... So what should be happening, and I don't think it is happening, but we'll get there, is if I'm combining these at the right loudnesses, frequency all the way at the top, being a brick wall filter, should be letting through a relatively unchanged audio, and subtracting that from dry, which is what we're doing, should make the input be quieter. I feel like I don't have the right volume level in there. And we have not even gotten to the point of letting through prime sounds, but that's a separate issue. We're running the whole entire window. So in theory, we could be doing the original behavior. But I don't know if I want to. But I do want to find out whether these things are correct. So if the thing that we're subtracting is twice as loud, what happens? Also shouldn't need this anymore. And I can also trim the position of middle if I want. Yep, that looks to be still about right. Oops. We want that one there. So the next thing that's going to happen, maybe this is a fine time for it to happen, because it'll change the volume levels I'm working with, so anything that I do dialing this in now is wasted. When I say anything I do dialing it in now is wasted, what I mean is I'm defining this weird, not really an FIR filter. It's not really a proper brick wall. And the reason is it's only using some of the samples. So what do we need to do in order to get it to do the right thing? Well, this operates in two separate ways. It's scaling up and then it's scaling down, and the middle point is 1, meaning unity gain. Here's where we set the volume level. We're defining FIR as window plus 2. I don't know if that actually gets defined. The way I was hoping it would. So let's move this around a little bit. Here's the guts of it, where it says sync function. That is the guts of what it's doing. My array prime is, I think I know what that is. It's going to be an H. And sure enough. So here's my array of primes. It's 3 to 7,919. So middle is going to be in here somewhere. 3 is entry 0. Oops. Well, no harm done. 3 is entry 0. So I can pick any number of these, and boop, off it goes to return out of the result of prime this prime number in the position of the number I feed into it. So the output of this is giving me numbers as needed. I wonder whether I've just got this all wrong. Wouldn't it be funny if I ended up debugging prime FIR in the process of doing this? And then FIR is definitely, well, okay. FIR is the amplitude of what is in that position. You might need to let me go, and I don't know if I want to make a cup of coffee over this, but I am feeling like the way this is working, I may be forced to make a separate array of all the unprime numbers. I wonder if I can download that from somewhere, or write a Godot program to generate it for me, maybe? Because the way this is working, this is struggling to produce what I need it to produce. Again, firstly, let me scooch that back over a little bit. And in fact, I'll switch away from the coding bit for the moment. I am going to tell you what I'm trying to do here, and what obstacles I ran into, and how I probably need to go about fixing them. And then I'm going to fire up like some stream audio, put display overlays so that you can see what Airwindows meter does with whatever I play you, and go off and release whatever coffee it was that I drank. I'll drink some more water while I'm doing it, because I might as well now. By the way, my apologies to anybody who is having trouble with my Sennheiser mic on the main plugin videos. I had to return to the Sennheiser mic because I had a problem with my Colaris. It's a big, expensive, fancy mic, but I had installed it upside down, and I don't know whether that's what caused it, but the Colaris stopped working one day, and that's sad. I like Roswell mics. I'm going to have to write to them or whatever and be like, can you repair your own stuff? Can I send it in and have you fix it, please? Because it's frickin' stopped working. And that's what I switched to when the Sennheiser got me a bunch of complaints about how people were hearing every little mouth noise that I made and it was driving them insane. So what I did instead was position the Sennheiser differently, underneath rather than overhead, and also ran its cable through a little iron choke, RF frequency controller choke. I looped it through the choke twice. And I think those things are enough to dial back the hyperfocus sound that it gets. And I haven't yet got complaints about that, but there's always a complaint about something. And so what's going on with this Prime business in Silicon? Prime FIR is designed to iterate through a sequence of samples using either every sample that's available, which gives you a brick wall filter at whatever sample rate you're at, and you determine the window, you determine the cutoff, it does its brick wall filter thing. That is also the form that's in KBeyond. Not that big of a window in KBeyond, but it is the FIR pre-ring and post-ring accurate zero phase interference brick wall filter. And it does that. It's windowed with the sine function, which is not the only way that you can window something like that, but it works for my simple purposes. And when you use every sample, that's what it does. When you set prime FIR to prime over 0.5, what happens is both in calculating out and in making use of the array being used to calculate, you're defining the positions of the filter by only prime numbered spacings. So you're leaving a bunch out, and it's somewhat irregular and unpredictable. You're supposed to do a filter like that with every sample rather than only some of the samples. But it's using only the samples that are in fact prime numbers. And in so doing, it's a sparse arrangement of samples being used to do something that's like a brick wall filter, but not. Because since you're not using all the samples, it can't actually be a real brick wall filter. It's something else now. What it is something with a bunch of irregularities all through it, which are spaced out in prime number fashion, and that tends to stop it being able to do the brick wall thing effectively. So it's leaking audio through. When you use that as the window, I think what we're getting out of there is a sound that is generated by this filtering, and the sparseness of the set of samples that you're using gives that sort of vaguely airy kind of quality to it. I think what that's producing is like a prime spaced set of arbitrary samples, which is similar to what I did in Bright Ambience, except it's a filter. And that's what I had in mind, but it's only in low-pass form. The idea with Soken is, what if you did that but used it as a high-pass form, which is also like, it's kind of like a high boost, but you'd be using it just to dial out some of the body of the sound, and that would equate to being like a high boost. But it's more of a cut. It's like a shelving cut to lows. And doing it in such a way that only prime numbered samples poke out. Meaning if you're using it as a low cut rather than a low pass, you got to subtract it from the dry sample, which is delayed because it's an FIR filter, so there's space on either side of the filter. Trouble is, I am generating the prime-spaced samples that are being used, and then as I iterate, there is no way I can iterate from 1 to window. What's happening as I count from 1 to window is it's actually been defined as 1 to prime square bracket, window, and square bracket. That's a larger number than we've started with. So the counting that we're doing in order to take this FIR position and read out of the buffer, rather than it actually using every sample and going through the samples like that, what it's doing is it's skipping all of the samples that aren't primes, and it's going through only the ones that are primes and constructing what it thinks is a low-pass filter out of that. That means I can't invert it conveniently because I've not even recorded values for what you'd need to have to do the unprimed samples. Instead, I have code that is writing down exactly what I'd need to know for any variable, for any number in that list of primes. And it's assigning what the correct position in a FIR filter, a brick wall filter, would be if you were only picking the prime numbers, meaning that it doesn't actually add up correctly, but it's a sort of sparse look into what you'd need to make an FIR filter out of. And this is not a normal thing, but that never stopped me before, so we're doing it. Trouble is, I can't simply go and read out of the FIR buffer the opposite of what I've stored in the array, because the opposite of what I've stored in the array does not actually have any values in it. Because the array that's specifying the ones that I use are in fact only prime numbered spacings, and I have no method of finding out what the correct filter buffer, what the correct brick wall filter coefficients would be for stuff where I have not calculated the numbers. And so as a result, what I have to do, rather than change the code here, I have to change the numbers in prime square bracket and square bracket. I'm defining an array manually with all those primes, because you can look that stuff up, and generating, it's probably going to be a Godot program to generate this. Either that or like start typing it out longhand. That would be a pain. I need to have that array contain all but the primes for that to work. And that seems completely doable, especially since I'm starting with a buffer anyhow. I'm starting with a list of primes anyhow. It's just that I can't change the code to do that thing. Anyways, as promised, I need to go and hit the little boy's room. And while doing that, I'm going to put some kind of music on. Not really sure what to choose. Well, here's one that I did in Console X. I can just set this up to go. Some kind of piece of music of some sort. Set it to play through to screen. And get it going. I'll clear my head. We'll come back. I'll come up with this new array of numbers. I could maybe write code to do the numbers. Anywho, let's set this up, and then I'll be back. And for now, here is some music that you can hear, and I'll be back and we'll continue with this soak-in. There's even another plugin that I could do today if all goes well. I have in mind doing one that I'm going to call Take Care, which is essentially 3x3 reverb matrix like from my early reflections, but as a giant chorus ensemble. But we'll get to that. And that appears to be playing, so cool. Okay. I'm back. Feeling relieved. As one does. So let's stop this. And return to work. Okay, so here's where we left off. We have this, we can build it. Pretty sure that's going to function. It's just the inverse of what I need it to be. Let's play with it on some drums this time. So dry and full wet. And sure enough, it's cutting things off, and as this lowers, it's letting through more of the mid-range. And we can get a pretty good amount of cancellation in here. The trick with this is that regardless of what the high-pass filter might want to do with a normal situation where the FIR filter uses all of the samples, we're not using all the samples. We're using many fewer than all the samples. So cancellation is not going to be in a predictable place. In fact, it's around here. But if I use a different window size, it's going to change that as well. And as we keep lowering frequency, this is capable of lowering the frequency right down to unreasonably low settings. And when we do that, nothing's happening in the filter at all. If we up the window size, we get more of the ability to latch on to low frequencies in this way. Looks like this is where prime kicks in. So we're canceling. Seems like I want more of a range on this than I currently have. Because we go to here, the point where we have full cancellation is around here. As frequency starts lowering and lowering, the position we'd have to turn this to goes up and up. And it's doing the basic thing I wanted, but it is doing it invertedly, in that what we're getting out of this is all the non-prime samples, because we're subtracting something made out of all the prime samples. If I switch over to all the non-prime samples, what we're going to get is a more effective filter, because more samples will be involved in this calculation. And in order to do that, I need another array. And we're not working in something like Godot or anything where I've got convenient functions for, please go through and append all of the ones that are not already contained within this. No, I've got to do something else. So, time to prepare to do that then. Firstly, since I don't think I have this in my regular code, we're going to bring it over as a clipping. We're going to eject out of there. And bring it up in here over to the main computer. Here is the inverse of what I need. Apparently 999 of them, whatever they happen to be. Covers a big wide range, I'll give it that. So how do we generate the inverse of this? It's not going to go nearly up to 7,000, way less. But how do I generate the inverse of this? Remembering, of course, that the original plugin, Prime FIR, also has a non-prime version, which is just only the integer numbers, in which it takes account of every sample. What we're trying to do now is take account of every sample other than these ones, which tend to be from 3 to 7 to whatever apart. Like 1979 to 1987 is, 8 apart? Something like that? 1997 to 1999 is only 2 apart, though. And it's not a exactly predictable pattern. That's the whole point. So the purpose of doing this is to generate a list of numbers here, because what this ends up being when it's used is we will calculate out the FIR filter coordinates for only these samples and then apply only these samples. We will count through them and we will apply them all. When it's being done as just the low-pass filter, it produces a funny sort of effect because we're only listening to the results of prime number sample positions. So arguably not useful, but an interesting sound to have. What's intended here is to make a filter which will do probably a better job of the brick wall filtering, meaning it will wipe out higher frequencies. It'll have more samples to work with because it'll have only the prime numbered samples left out. And when you subtract all of that from dry, what you get is taking away low frequencies using a brick wall filter of whatever width you want and having only prime numbered frequencies peek through, both as pre-echo and as post-echo. And when you take prime numbered frequencies and use them in a delay, like if these were your delay line sounds, what you get is basically bright ambience, my plugin bright ambience. It was done specifically to try to make this sequence of numbers into a reverb. And you don't get a reverb, but you get a sort of glossy texture going on. And especially in the case of pre-echo, that's why this is going to be called silken, is because I can make a sort of aura around what would otherwise be a linear phase brick wall filter in a linear phase brick wall high pass. So it becomes a linear phase brick wall high pass for the purpose of giving a treble lift. And the aura around this high pass, which is otherwise a clean filtering technique, is prime numbered samples leaking through both before and after the sound. And I have belief, much like Pink Sounds has belief in the true, I have belief that this will be a silky sort of texture that's a little bit like ambience and a little bit not, but would probably work on things like voices and stuff. And that said, I don't actually know what I'm going to get out of it. I thought I was going to be able to get a particular thing out of Pointy Deluxe, and it turned out making people happy, but not being what I thought it was going to be. So, to continue to talk through what this is doing at length, we are doing something that most likely nobody has done this before, to produce a sound effect that nobody has had before, in hopes that there can be use made of it somewhere. And I think it would probably be the kind of thing that will change the sound of voices. And who knows, maybe other things as well. But it might just be the kind of high pass treble boost type thing that will have magical tone qualities on things like voices because of the characteristics of the operations we're doing here. Well, this is not that far. I'm not sure whether mimicking the resonant body of a violin or cello would be useful to you in any way. That's simply you can already do that. I even have a plugin like that, although I'm not sure it's in working order at the moment. Back in the day, I did one called Acoustic Bass. You can take an impulse response of such an instrument and use it as a reverb. That's how you would do that. So let's play with web pages. Let's see if the information I seek exists already somewhere. List of non-primes. I can just apparently download this. Non-negative. So all you had to do was look it up, really. I don't have to write a program to do this. I don't know how big this is, though. Primes are a longer list. Ooh, hi, do we have another number for that? That's not going to be correct, though. I'm not going to want 4th, or am I? It does contain all odd numbers. How big of a list of this can I get? Not a very big list. My list of primes is like 1,000 entries long. That said, I mean, just look at it. This is clearly correct. What I want is a bigger list of that. I want not from 1 to 100. Or maybe Wikipedia has it. Okay. Back we go to here. Can we get a longer list out of this? Or did they only count to 100? Refs listen history text internal format. Okay, this is just the page in text form. I want more of these, thank you, without having to generate it from my existing list. I'm delighted that that was founded before I was born, 1964, but all the same, it's frustrating. Let's find somebody that made a bigger list. Okay, don't like this that much. Still less that it's throwing advertisements at me, so never mind you. First 10,000 composite numbers. How are we doing with that? Quora has something like that. Ooh, here's a page. There we go. We've got downloadable stuff with a much bigger list. Good. See this? Okay, that's cumbersome. This contains all of the how you make them. I would think that there would be multiple ways of making these. It's probably the simplest composite factors. Still, this is a start. Okay. Oh, generate your own. Okay, that's all very well and good. So I think the next step here, seeing as I have the information, I'm going to fire up BBEdit. Oh, for heaven's sake. Okay. I still have my most recent reverb generations from this morning in the text buffer. That's not what I needed at all. Let's go for opening this again. I hit X for cut. Maybe that's why it didn't give me what I wanted. There we go. So how can we go and make this into something more useful? That's going to be text editing. So BBEdit is able to do grep calculating. And what I'm looking to do is deleting anything that is between space equals space and carriage return. I mean, you could say brilliant mind, but geesh, there's a lot of people who program things who consider themselves vastly superior because of some of the programming stuff that they understand that I don't. More along the lines of you can do this. I'm talking my way through trying to do these various things, specifically for the purpose of if you find yourself groping towards stuff like this, you're probably on the right track. We've got 10,000 composite numbers. I am probably going to want to include 1 and 2 in there as well. But it's looking basically about right. So it's time to start learning more about grep. And here's how I'm going to go about doing that. Grep doesn't modify files, but it is my pattern matching. And we can do this. Actually, this is interesting. Hang on. Let's cancel out of there. Don't need to close that. Live search, it says. Pattern playground, it says. Well then. Yeah, notice that I have grep patterns for old purposes, things that I've done before. See, that's what a grep pattern looks like. It's a bunch of weird gibberish. And probably what I'm going to want to do is start asking, like, there's probably this. Rather than here, I'm looking for space equals space. Okay, and as usual, there are multiple ways of doing it. Since I am in Pattern Playground, this is vi-centric. And I'm not using sed. I'm using grep. I'm not sure this uses grep. Grep is a problem most of the time. It's not necessarily terrific. Of course, I can check and see whether this works. Delete is indeed a corner case of replace. You replace with nothing. So what can we make happen simply duplicating that? It's probably not correct, but we'll type it in anyhow and see what it says it's going to do. replacing it with dot. I do know that dot means one character and asterisk means as many times as you like. Okay, I didn't do anything. No functions defined, not found. So I'm thinking the $% is not useful. Aha. Okay. So far, so good. What I need to do now is make that extend to the end of the line. Dot means any one character. So if I reproduce it over and over again, I'll start extending it outwards to the longest possible lines because it needs to be this many characters in a row. We'll do the same thing with the asterisk there. And it looks as if grep space equals space is in fact correct. That's exactly the number I need. So if I just hit delete, all of these will be run together in a row. So it'll look like one giant number. That's actually not what I want at all, but this is a good start because this is going to let me do my search and replace in the actual search and replace window. So let's copy out of there and be done with the mysterious search thingy. Do I have multiple copies of this sitting around? No, but I can open that in the background, but I probably can't keep it. No, I can keep it open. So we're going to make a replacement. We're going to make a replacement using not multi-file search. What am I thinking? Using just find. Why did that not work? Let's try that again. Oh, that's because it was all the way down here. I was just off screen, that's all. Find, boop, 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 dot, and then asterisk. As grep, don't need to worry about wraparound, or maybe I do. Well, I don't if I go to the top of the file. So this now isolates everything other than the number. We're going to replace that with comma, space, and then backtick R, which is a carriage, except for I don't want a carriage return, do I? No, I don't. Comma space will suffice. I had to look it up on the web, don't worry about me. I am never going to have regular expressions memorized. I have no intention of getting good at that when I can look it up. I just know that you can probably do this sort of thing. And if it goes wrong, I can just download it from the web again. This is a list of composite numbers with their construction. And if we do this, we still have the carriage returns because I never told it not to do the carriage returns. This apparently doesn't include the carriage return, but easily fixed. This I do have memorized. Replace all, boop. And this is now the composite numbers, of which there are many of them. And now I type in what remains. Maybe I'll call it unprime. We'll just change it. And now all I have to do is add what is on the end of this, which is closing curly bracket, semicolon. And then this is first, Lord knows how many of these. Lots. We'll see. In fact, I can even copy out of there. So we're actually using 10 times as many numbers as before. I guess we'll find out whether this is feasible. It will make window become huge, potentially. Let's see, where's my unprimes? Go from 1 to... But the end result is not that big. It is not even twice the size of the last prime. And now that we have this, we select all and we drag it to there. And hey presto, we have unprimes. It's a bigger file than the other one. Yeah, don't be blaming me for being brilliant on account of knowing grep, because I don't. I do not know regular expressions. I just know when I could be looking them up because I know what they do, and that's important. You have to be able to know what a thing does, and then you can go figure out how to do it. That is also something to bear in mind with regard to the dangers of AI, because you could very easily be in a situation with that stuff where it goes, here, do this. And if you don't know what you're intending to do, if you don't know what you're trying to make happen, you're just at the mercy of whatever the thing tells you to do. Copy, close. Let's see how well this works. Boop. Unprime. That's a big array. It's a lot bigger than the previous one. We'll see whether that works. But I shouldn't have to change anything else other than every instance of prime now has to be called unprime. That's something of a change. Let's see, so that did save. Well, pretty straightforward, really. Does it show up elsewhere? Not there. That still seems good. That extends to where it shouldn't even really matter. Actually, I think this is still bigger than the maximum range I'm using, so that's all cool. Don't know whether my window size needs help. So if I calculate this wrong, everything will crash. I'll be writing outside the boundaries of the arrays. And I don't rightly know off the top of my head what my limitations are going to be here. I'm clamping window to 998. that doesn't necessarily mean squat. Other than it probably means I'm not using all of the, it would end up being if window is larger than 9,998, which would be amusing. So we can just assume that's what it's going to be. It's actually not going to get there from this. I would have to spell it out as being way larger than that. Might be worth trying, or I can just remove some of those non-primes. I have so many of them, you see. But oh, are we not able to find this now? Now that I've typed something else? There we go. So these all need to be changed to unprime. Am I going to run into any problems doing that? No, doesn't look like I will. We'll just straight up replace all and build this, at which point, in theory, it will work and do everything I'd hoped. Remains to be seen. This is an untested conjecture that we do not know whether it's going to do anything I hoped. But if it works, I can probably also expand the window size at the cost of it starting to crunch CPU like mad, because again, doing 10,000 operations per sample compared to 1,000 is kind of a big change. It could work, but it's kind of a big change. Drums are percussive. Let's hear what it does on drums. Or indeed, if it simply works or it just crashes. I don't see a crash yet. Airy. Okay. That's Windows maxed out. Okay, so this is proving interesting. I guess we'll find out what ends up happening. And we sure can crank up the volume, can't we? Yep, that's still registering in the middle there. I think it kind of worked. I'm hearing a sort of airy quality going on. See, window interesting. Here's where we stop being able to cancel. We got bypass there. We've got a very small cutoff there. This is where we're getting into steeper cutoffs. And intensity is always way bigger than it needs to be. So that's interesting. And there we are hearing a bunch of highs being added, or a bunch of lows being taken away, more like. And there's a certain texture going on. There is a certain texture going on. So with a wide window like this, and remember we have the access to a unreasonably wide window, way bigger than even that. This is a very limited width available. It sort of shifts and moves around. I think what I'm going to need is a boost as well as a cut. This is so effective at cutting out everything, but I'm not getting that much added. And if I have an intensity control, I'm going to kind of want to have it be doing more than just this. And we haven't actually listened to it on a voice yet. Let's go to an uglier voice rather than the nice pretty voice, which is still out of tune, but I'll do more of a belter voice this time.
The only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs? Know him now, there's no one fairer, shown by all he'll take away. Love's a trick and life's a terror, what then do you have to say? The only rightful
I think the experiment kind of worked.
This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs?
Yeah, with the wide window, the resonant quality that we're hearing is the steepness of the cutoff. It is kind of resonant in nature.
The only rightful governor of your affairs.
I do have to adjust the position of intensity more.
Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor?
We got a real node here where one thing I did find out about that then is using the position of middle for the dry sample is actually working in that it's able to really null out. So let's see if we can make it, rather than just the cutoff, have it play more of a role. And I'm going to be able to get rid of some of these composites. I'm not sure how convenient that's going to be, but I've got a version of BB-Edit kind of on this computer too. And it has the same stuff like grep searches, so it is doable. I'm just speculating on, oh, hi, don't need you. I'm just speculating on which thing I want to try first. I don't think I need this many. 256 times 4 for 192K overall scale, you see, becomes 1024. So a window can scale up to this big. That's probably fine. We don't actually need to be concerned about it. Lower sample rates won't get anywhere near the limit. That bit seems fine. So the other thing needs 1,000 entries rather than 10,000. Now that might sound challenging, but it's not as challenging as you'd think. The wonders of, wait, that's Command B, didn't need that. Text editors, good text editors rather. That means we can do this. Then we can do comma space becomes comma space character turn. There's our 10,000 lines. Good text editors can do things like show us view, text display, show line numbers. There we go. And that's where we got the 10,000, except for it's a little bit more than 10,000. But if we only want 998, all we got to do is this. Line numbers show us what 1,000 is, and it's not the very biggest of numbers, but that's fine. Down to the bottom, shift click, delete, and then delete these final two. Don't need to save, do need to put it back. So let's see. I think the most recent version has a swap this for that. This does not have a swap this for that. But no matter, because I can just manually paste, tab, comma space, and then complete our work here. And let's go and see what it was I deleted, making it so I could process it that way. Static int on prime. There we are. And then we'll update this too. I'm pretty sure it said 999, so we'll take that. Then we select everything, living slightly dangerously by doing it this way. No matter. Got away with it. Save, and now it should run. Text Wrangler saw that there was nothing in that file and just closed. Now we get to do some of these other things, like Okay, so that's cool. I think it is anyhow. Nope, seems cool. That should work. Maybe we need this compensation again. We had that before. I had this and it seems to be basically okay. Per position updates after we've done all of the calculating. So it's okay that that is happening after these things, because this only updates where we put the next new sample in. This all, hang on a second. Nope, here's where we apply it. This bit is correct. And what else was I wanting to do? I was wanting to turn up my initial sample. So in either case, that is for buffer. It's going to be a middle sample. The first time around, it knows that it doesn't have to do anything fancy, and the second time around, it is able to subtract. I probably don't need that extra calculation. I wonder if I have a twist in here where that's not actually the correct way of doing it. Like that first one, that can actually be even smaller than that. It will just start doing the double checking to whether it's running over its range. If verb plus 1 prime middle larger than the 32767, that means it's 32768. So we subtract 32768 if that is true, starting it over again at 0, or beyond if it was that much beyond. We're not actually incrementing it by any faster than 1, so that's a bit of a moot point. So in each case, this is one number. It's our dry sample. Doesn't matter whether it's the first instance or the second instance, where it's doing an additional check to make sure that it plays nicely. See, the reason the first one is described the way it is, it's in the middle of a for next loop. So anything in the middle of that for next loop could go beyond the array boundaries at any time. This is not going to do that because this is doing a single sample out of that buffer. So what we could do is less than 32768 is the same as this being true, so it'll always have that. If it's always true, then this statement doesn't matter, and it turns into this. That's the same as what the one up top does, because we only need to check one, and we're already checking one up at the up here. That's what we're checking. It's exactly the same as in here. And I think addition and subtraction are going to amount to about the same there. So the next thing we need to do is add a parenthesis, because we want to boost as well as manage this other thing. I'm wondering if times wet plus 1 will do. Well, if we do, we won't need this anymore. Let's see what we get. Because at full wet, we will be literally exactly twice as loud as before. So we don't need to divide that by 0.5. It will match. Well, no, hang on a second. We were adjusting that already. I put that back because it was coming out to, so let's see what we get. Here's a random guess as to something that might work. We're kind of winging it at this stage. And this is not the most efficient way of doing this, but it'll get me what I want. I don't think I need a full-on power function for this. It can just multiply by itself. But this will show me whether I'm correct or not. So no more of this. Instead, input sample ends up being at full volume. Can we build? Does it work? Oh, no, it didn't. What have I done wrong here? Something went wrong. Oh, I see. Something's wrong here. I bet I can guess what. I bet I don't have a semicolon at the end of that. Let's go and find out. Over we go. One more and I will know. Boom, bingo. No semicolon. It needed that semicolon real bad. Got there. I can close this again because it should be well behaved once more. We'll go back to the drums because why not? We'll see whether everything still works. We'll see what it does. We'll cut intensity down to nothing. Not bad, not bad. It's definitely hyping up the highs in a rather special way. That was the hope. Default. Silken. Ooh, okay, window gives problems. Maybe I shouldn't have it go this small. Lowering frequency gives problems too. Well, if we cut this way back, what happens when we start fooling with it? you know, this might be fine. You just have to be sure not to clip it, that's all. Pull it back to this, it becomes normal. And what you're doing is basically adding weird stuff. Up to and including strange resonant boosts. How about let's add a nice clipper? How about let's take this and let's add 80 clip 2 so that whatever frequency we're at, it'll go and stop it from blowing things up later in the chain. And then it can be used at extremely low frequency settings on purpose, even though we know it's not going to behave itself, to get effects if you want effects out of it. The intention is going to be for using it for things like voices and hyping up gloss and texture for people. But all the same. Also, do we have anything open in this? No, that's basically fine. Move SD card. The SD card that I record videos on is beginning to misbehave. I mean, thankfully I've got some other replacements, but when I was doing the Pointy Deluxe, my first take got cut short because the camera had stopped recording. And I wasn't sure whether it was because I had distorted the mic or something, or because the card had just failed. But the second take was fine. I guess what's going to happen is, if it turns out that the card is unhealthy, I can either run like Disk Doctor on it or Disk First Aid, Mac program, or do something else, I suppose. Speaking of, let's do something else, I suppose. We're going to turn this into something else. I mean, I could simply put saturation in there. I could just throw things into a sine. Then it will distort and kind of fatten and stuff, but I'm not sure that's what I want. Also, if I simply do that, what's going to happen is, well, so here's the chain of thought. Element O. Oh, hello. I was already thinking of something like this. What's this? It's using similar phenomena. I've not used this very much. This is using similar things to clip only, but it is a soft clip. And that's just what I was thinking about trying, was a sine on the output of this. Just put it in right here. So if instead of using literally just a sine, I did what this has, which I've not done much with since I made it. In fact, it's been a while since I've even heard it. Let's see. Okay, so got that. Gonna need this. Oh, and gonna need this. How can I not? How can I not? Meaning I have to go back to here. Puns in code. So far, so good. And now we get into here. Oh, gonna need a little more than that, but almost there. So I'll update that in a moment. We do need this. I think this one scales to like 384K or thereabouts. We can put it there because it's related to overall scale. And we don't need this open any longer. See, my original thought was, what if I used a sine function to wavefold the output? What would that be like? If I do not have this clamped like this is, well then it will be wavefolded. Seems legit. I see how this works. Here's our output. This is correct. This is how this part works. These are the parts where I can replace it with wavefolding if I want. Maybe I want. I'm knocking my keyboard around. That scales to what Clipona uses, and then it is going to do this part. So if I don't need these, that simplifies things somewhat. And let's see, last sample becomes for last sample. This is in case I need to take this entire chunk of stuff and put it into somewhere else. You don't have overlapping stuff. It's like having classes, except for not as much. And lastly, this entire buffer is renamed. It's like soft clip, but with puns. And let's see if it builds. It did. Let's see what it sounds like on that drums. Because we're wavefolding, but we're wavefolding in the soft clip only form. Interesting, okay. So from bypass to a big exaggerated thing. All of these little sounds are interesting in their own right. Now I could be crossfading this as well, still using the same dry wet technique. We could do multiple layers of dry versus wet. Because here's the thing. Currently, if I take intensity to 0, it is not dry. It's got that soft clip on it. And if I boost it all the way, well, then it goes crazy. And here's how we get to boost things. It's nice and beefy. This has got a good level of beefy punch on it. And it is using that high frequency boost thing that I designed into it. This wide window is more resonance than I really need out of this. Our amount of boostiness seems good. Ooh. Another concern, I can't actually mix it with dry, but I can mix it with that delayed signal. So here's the thing I'm facing. All of this is happening after this part. So and subtracting, soft clipping it and then subtracting it might be a problem. Or it might be great, I don't know. I guess we could find out. It's only one way to find out. Changing this order of operations will have extreme effects. I don't know what they will be. But what we've now done is we're still boosting dry while also trying to subtract this other thing. Input sample times wet is the amount of this that we include. But we're now, okay, so we are soft clipping with a special calculation that helps control its high frequencies. But that's what we're doing to subtract, meaning that we're subtracting a saturated thing, meaning that there's going to be more dynamics and things coming through not being subtracted. We're basically taking down the peak levels of what we're subtracting. I don't know what this is going to do. I think we might end up with a severe boost on dry, which will not actually be useful, but we'll find out. Or we could just take this out. Anywho. First things first, let's see what it does. This was never, this is meant to make things louder when you increase intensity, but this was never meant to become a loudinator or saturator, so now is the time to find out what happened when we did this. I'm going to try the thing with the dry sample. Drag that out of the way in case I want it back. Meaning we don't need this in a parenthesis anymore, but we're going to find out what it does. Now that we have input sample times wet, an input sample has been clamped using a soft clip so that it can no longer be more than 1. What then does this do? Remembering also, of course, that this is not intended only for drums. Okay, that's interesting. Got slight overboost. We've got a cancellation. We turn it back up again and we stop getting the cancellation again. So there's something. We've got a maximum cancellation somewhere in the middle, which makes sense. We can throw a boost in using the regeneration. Not that people will necessarily want to do that, but you know, you can if you want, I guess. And then if we're doing it only as a high frequency hype, okay, that is the kick drum made much quieter and presented kind of... Also, we have more gain than we need again. So points for being louder, I guess. We've definitely got it in only make quieter mode, and I did not initially want that. We're also at exactly 0.5 for full cancellation, except for with our slight additional quirk of what it's doing. So maybe this is a time to allow it this additional weirdness. This is a massive gain boost, isn't it? Freak, what's freak? What if we didn't compensate for gain? What if we didn't do this? And then for this, we did exactly 2x. Oh, no, we can't. No. We can do this. We cannot add the additional power. And we can do this. That way it is still dry at full dry, but we get up to maximum boost. Hey, Focomas. It sounds like you're into the mid-range gnarl and roar. That will give you a very King Gizzard sound. That will. I was listening to a live album of theirs and heard that on many of their guitar sounds, they really like having that cocktail sound. Okay, we've just changed two things. What do we got? Oh wow, that kicks in immediately. Okay, so correction for frequency was necessary. It's just gone crazy, that's all. We've got a whole gamut of noises going on here. That's a lot. So we did indeed need to multiply by square root of frequency. We did indeed need to compensate for gain. That's fair. We maybe even need to scale this the way it did before. We did this before. And then we hit the extremely obvious wavefolding. We get to lose this stuff if it continues to not be necessary. That was what was causing the weird thing on the kick just then. Oh yeah, no. Pointy Deluxe will give you that cosmic debris guitar sound. No question about it. It has exactly the right kind of horrible honk. Okay. And again, I keep doing this on the drum track, but this is not made for drums. I'll get back to other things momentarily. Okay, so we can produce kind of bass hype or mid-range hype. You can kind of find your location for hyping. If we sneak intensity in there, that should be boosting highs. Okay, as intended. Up to being very obviously boosted. So we're continuing to hype up high frequency stuff. This is Silken. This is prime FIR in inverse. It is prime FIR using only the prime settings, except for it is using only a composite number settings rather than the prime settings, for the purposes of making a leaky high pass where the leakage is entirely prime numbered sample, both pre-echo and post-echo. So the idea is to be able to hype highs, but in this way where there's like a pre-echo and post-echo prime sample spaced additional ambient fuzz around it. And then you can also swoop it downwards until it's hitting other stuff. Or swoop it downwards even further until it's doing the weird thing. There is a clip in here, but it's not a clip on the final post. So that's interesting. So that is like adding the high frequencies, and the addition of the high frequencies also includes an ambience, but then the low frequencies are poking out and being wavefolded and being brought back into intensity. And I can use it to cut the fundamental tone of the kick drum. That ain't bad. Go from this to this. That's a transformative thing. That's punchier. We've taken away a lot of lows, but yeah. Interesting. Well, I mean, it's going to depend on which kick it is. Like, what's the delay section is doing is going through a wave folder, a full-on wave folder. So what it's doing with the kick is unusual. You can just as easily use it to reinforce the hell out of everything. There, now it's doing a high frequency. Well, no, it's not doing, that's not a high frequency at all. The frequency of the high pass is actually that bass frequency now. But it's letting through a little bit of the additional ambient stuff. Yeah, that clears up the kick nicely. So all of this is very interesting, but it was never designed for that. Time to play with some of the other things it might be able to do. Let's use a nice wide window for starters. Okay, that's interesting. It's all toppy, man. It sounds like Martin Barr and Jethro Tull albums. And I don't know how he did that. That's juicy. Interesting. Not that it's great playing or anything, but... See there, this is just a mic damp. So it's bright, speakery sounds. And then all of the highs start coming out. So what would happen if we started fooling with this? Ooh, ouchie, you say? Yeah. So that's definitely bringing sparkle going on. Upper mid-range. The thing about that guitar is that it doesn't actually need to be made more painful and ouchy, because the ones that I record off of that cab are always just ruthlessly bright, so we don't actually need to help it with that, but it did seem to work. Alien Kittens. What happens to the bass of this track when we start playing with this? Well, it does tend to make us distort, but there's a reason for that. Yeah, there is a silkening effect on that hat. That'll work. Although it's a bad thing to do for something like that. Oh, here's some fun that could be had. Oh, I don't know what this was. Oh, that was settings. That's all that was. Oh, so much noise. Funny thing, it's not boosting the noise as much as I would have thought. Kind of is, but then it kind of isn't. Nothing? And that, of course, is a real live acoustic hallway. So there's that. What other things can be played with here, I wonder? Moderntron. Let's see if this carries any of the texture things I've been trying to make. Usually I have to put this into a reverb. Let's put back that stringy section here. So now if I play with this, am I going to be hearing high frequencies that are more string-like coming out? I'm going to say, yeah, that does a better job. Yeah. So before applying it, we got this, but we apply it. It's not the biggest effect. But this is supposed to be string-like. And it does a much better job of helping it be more string-like. And that would be because of what is not being cut. Because without all of this adjustment, this would just be a bass cut. It would be a bass cut that could cut the bass completely. We've kind of stepped completely away from all that. What do we got here? I think this is another one of those embarrassing ones where I can't sing, but there's no problem with that. That's fine.
For a precious time, we love beyond reason. Reason. Please don't shed a tear, nor shall I for what was mine.
So that's interesting.
Sing it not for never, but for once upon a time. Don't you recognize the passing of
It sounds way more nasal without it.
seasons? For a precious time, we love beyond reason. Reason. Please don't shed a tear, nor shall I for what was mine. Sing it not for never, but for once upon a time.
Let's just loop that bit.
But for once upon a time. But for once upon a time. But for once upon a time.
So this is bypassed.
But for once upon a time. 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 But for once upon a time.
It's added more silkiness to the voice.
But for once upon a time. 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 But for once
More of a
upon a
mid-rangey
time. But for once upon a time.
wave holding.
But for once upon a time. 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 But don't you recognize that? 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 Don't you recognize? Sing of seasons. Seasons.
Okay, there's a completely wrong note.
Seasons, seasons, seasons.
It sounds more like I'm not missing the notes as badly as I am with this engaged, which I think is because we're bringing in pitch information from around the note, because this has pre-echo and post-echo. The bigger the window, the more pre-echo and post-echo it has, and the ambient stuff this is designed to let in is somewhat time dependent in that it's going to have a little bit of ambience both before and after what's being used. It's just being used to subtract from low frequencies. So we take this.
Seasons, 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 seasons.
It made it sound like it wasn't being missed as bad. That's interesting.
For a precious time, we love beyond
Yeah, there too.
reason. Reason. Please don't shed a tear, nor shall I for what was mine.
So there's an interesting quaver in the end.
Nor shall I for what was mine. Nor shall I for what was mine. Nor shall I for what was mine.
Yeah, it sounds flatter without the effect, because it was flat. Interesting.
Nor shall I for what was. Don't you recognize the passing of seasons? Seasons. For a precious
That was
time,
sour. Is it still
we
sour
love
with the effect?
beyond seasons. For a precious time, we love beyond reason. Reason.
Interesting, although this is such a terrifyingly bad vocal track that I have to make it go away now. But what else have I got? So I've got rise mean vocal and rise regular vocal. Those were all a little bit better than that other one. Let's see what we got.
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive. This alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise. You're the one I call upon to rise.
So that is a really intense
You're the
C.
one I call upon to rise. You're the one I call upon to rise. You're the one I call upon to rise. You're the one I call upon to rise.
Very interesting. The ambience is doing stuff that could prove useful. What I'm wondering now is if I can exaggerate it even further to the point where it's really stepping on everything that isn't being passed through. I'm not sure that's the truth, but maybe there's a way. Probably I should try examples. Also, why not? Let's just go and start playing with golden ratio, because how can you not? We always do that, right? Ooh, hang on. forgetting that I got to quit out of that program first. And then let's go to a guitar sound and see if we can take away its mid-range and bass. That's a pretty good takeaway. So my note of maximum cancellation is maybe getting around here somewhere. I think that seems pretty good. Okay, so reducing, let's fire up another vocal then for our nefarious experimentation. Can we reduce the lows on this in a way that actually works?
The only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs? Know him now, there's no one fairer, shown by all he'll take away. Love's a trick and life's a terror, what then do you have to say? The only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright
those are lows and mids.
Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny
and we made them go away.
The only rightful governor of your affairs. Know him now, there's no one fairer, shown by all he'll take away. Love's a trick and life's a terror, what then do you have to say? The only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares?
Not bad, not bad. One of the things that's happening here is we're going through a wave folder before subtracting the result from dry. So this is increasing, this is balancing out a bunch of things. One of the things that it's able to do is accentuate consonants and aggressiveness in the voice as they poke out in peak energy. And that's handy because that's the kind of thing that I'd like to be able to accentuate.
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive. This alone I'll call on you to do.
It's about maximum cancellation, I think.
Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise.
Oh, it's bringing a lot out of what vocals that desperately need fixing and being made better. Probably looking pretty close to done, really. That's looking fairly. It's a pity I don't have better things like better vocals and so on. Ooh, full band track? What do we get out of a full band track that I know is too bassy? Okay, now I can hear the kick. Interesting. Yeah, the top end just goes away when I turn it off. Going to be somewhat level sensitive. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. Oh, I know. Let's hear This I Believe. Bet you don't know what this is going to be. It's a crackly old record is what it is.
This is Ed Murrow.
This is Ed Murrow.
About the immortals of history concerns their actions and achievements in their own time. We hear much less about their basic personal beliefs. But they are immortal at least as much because of these as because of their creative achievement. The two are hardly separable. What we of This I Believe program dig for in every guest is his basic belief, since that is the essence of him. So it has been exciting to ask the authorities on our 10 immortals to bring us their beliefs. They have lived with these great men and women as friends. They have known them intimately and vividly. They have made themselves their contemporaries. These truths make contemporaries of us all. You may wonder how we came to make up our list of 10.
So I can't make the crackliness be any better at all because that's not what this does.
Which of the immortals of history they would most wish to hear tell their own beliefs? We have pretty closely followed their reply.
But we're getting Ed sounding much more realistic than he was.
And saying that these 10 are the greatest. They just came naturally to mind.
Cool. Hey, Grant. I'm just about on the verge of another brief break, but this has been going pretty good. In fact, I think I can safely say that the wavefoldy part is correct. I feel like I can look up more decimal places for that. Let's see how we go about doing that. Oh, wait, I have a better idea. Please show me the long form of this. There will be many, many, many of them. I'll accept this one. Oop. That would have been messy. if I had missed that. Yikes. Come to think of it, I don't need to do this in 2 separate calculations, do I? I can put this in here. Oops. Okay. Do we still function? Because we're getting right down to being finished with this bit. It's been a journey, to be sure. Modern Tron. Cool. Okay, so I gotta take another brief break. I finished doing this. I'm going to rest my head. I don't think it's time to get my dinner ready yet, but not as such. You'll be seeing more of that. Let's go and, I don't know, fire something. How about let's run this. This is the thing that I did with that looper program, circa. I will be back in a moment. wasn't showing this entire time. Apologies for that. Well, you've seen it before. Enough with that. Back over to Coding Stream. And, yeah. So interesting thing about that, Travis, you're talking about being able to clean up stuff using prime FIR. What you would be doing is finding a situation where you needed low passing. And presumably you're using the prime aspect of it. And so what that's doing is letting the prime information peek through to sort of permutate what the filtering is doing. So it's applying that kind of vaguely ambience-like effect going on. What I've made in terms of Silken here is the literal opposite. It's one where it is subtracting a FIR filter, a steep FIR filter. And in so doing, it's causing a high pass, but I ended up looking up a list of composite numbers. And so rather than using only prime samples, this is using only composite samples to subtract, which is leaving prime samples. And in so doing, it is also where the FIR brick wall filter is causing an unpleasant pre-ring and post-ring. This interference with it is turning the pre-ring and post-ring into an ambience effect. And it seems to work. I have not yet tried to find out what noise would do to it, so we can at least see what terrors lie here. New effect stack. Our lovely Silken. And then our old trusty viewpoint. What have we here in terms of what is this actually doing? Make it as steep as possible. And it becomes kind of flat again. Well, you can plainly see where it feeds back. Oh, interesting. We have the ability to do weird steep cancellations. Like, that's interesting. It's not consistent, though. Isn't that interesting? Now, if I had it defaulting to 0.5 on everything, how wrong would that be? Not so bad. Oh, check that out. major ducking around the 2K area where things are most annoying. Interesting. Turn it to this. Okay, that's enough torturing my poor ears with that stuff. Ow. Let's set up some default values. So I believe it is making this little laptop melt down. So let's let the poor laptop rest. And I'll start intensity at 0. So people can experience what happens when you start turning it up. I'll make a VST out of that in a moment. And by in a moment, I mean not in a moment. But I think we're basically done making that one. If you could use prime FIR for stuff, this one much more so. However, there are further things I'd like to try. So, seeing as it's 3:25, let us see what else I can do. Does this have anything in it yet at all? Or is it just nothing there? Nope. This has started out being something. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to want to have it be that. But it's definitely started out being something. Gotta go and get one where I know it's got the 3x3. But we're going to be updating all of these things. But this will be a start. Leave this stuff alone for now. I'm not going to be wanting to use this mechanic. But I got to use this. I won't need that. I think this is an old plugin that I'm starting with. I think this is a mightily old plugin. And I need to dig up something else as well. But maybe I can steal it from here. It won't be that, will it? No, sir. Let's go and find something else. I'm sounding a little bit low and mopey, but it is simply because I put so much into developing Silken there, that I'm tired. I had said last week I was tired and exhausted, and then I ended up finishing a track using Pointy Deluxe, and it even went over well. So that's very cool. But it doesn't change the fact that I've been on the tired side. Like I said, I'm thinking I'm going to end up like taking a week off probably around the end of August. And I may end up doing more Minecrafty type things as well. But for today, I've still got things to do, and they can include opening this and finding my feedback information in 3. Here's what it would be. That's Guitar Hall. Don't want that. So I guess let's close that. There wouldn't be anything to save. I don't know whether I did a thing. Patreon do my ass. There's not that much of that, believe me. But I'm still hanging in. And as I said on a private plugin developers forum, I was like, well, I'm actually losing less money than General Electric, or General Motors, rather. And another fellow was like, they're doing fine. And I'm like, yeah, true. But General Motors is down like 30% over where they were at last year, and I'm not really down anything much. I'm about the same as I was before. I'm paying more money for things, but I am not earning that much less than I was. And that's doing good compared to where a lot of people are at. That is actually doing very well. So here I have notes for what I mean to be doing with this. But we're not using this technique. I have a better idea. In fact, I'm so committed to that I think I can probably delete this stuff. That's how sure I am that I can do this better in a different way. So none of that stays. And I use this instead. I won't say no. Like I said, I'm hanging in. I know a lot of people who are having a harder time with these challenging times than I am. I just have to make sure not to burn myself out. Ooh, hello. Are we running Bezier undersampling? I bet we are. In fact, I bet I need to include that. I think I didn't include that. I have to go back to this. And scooch down and include this in every version of this type of code. In that case, yes, save. It needs to have this here. Yeah, I'm expecting to run out of steam a little bit in a week or so, and I'm probably going to spend some time doing more Minecraftiness. All right, see you later, folks. I'll do whatever. Do I ever take a vacation? Asks Travis. Technically, that ain't how. Although I do earnestly appreciate any offer of like come to Italy or Holland. Here's the problem with that. I ain't dealing with U.S. Customs. What if they look on my phone and find out what I tell people in Blue Sky? No, there's no way that I can put myself into that situation. They would find out that I'm very suspicious of people involved in politics, and that would be a big trouble. That would be a lot of trouble to get in. I don't want to go to CCOT. Seems not fun. Let's instead change all of this stuff around. Ooh, do I need to make this... Do I need to start over completely with a stereo plugin? Because this is a plugin that is a chorus ensemble-like thing. And I'm looking to use the 3x3 matrix, but not simply the 3x3 matrix, the 3x3 matrix in fully householder form, because when I started applying that, it sounded way the heck better than just using the 3x3 matrix to apply 27 individual delays. Since I can do that, I see no reason why I couldn't do a elaborate chorus ensemble thing and modulate every single one of those delays. And in order to do that properly, I need to build it as a stereo plugin rather than a mono plugin so that I can read the 3x3 matrix in two different directions. And I've got all the code ready for doing all of that. It just needs to be set up in such a way that I can start modulating those delays like mad. And I have to start over. It won't take all that long. There's not all that much to it. It's just clear. It is just clear to me that sadly I'm wasting my time doing this when I need to literally start over from scratch with the stereo plugin. Let's just do that. Delete. Here's how we do that. With CocoaView means use the stereo template and nothing else. No. You did read melt, yes. I want to do a turbo awesome melt beyond what previous melt had. And it won't be a K thing, no. No. There's a reason I'm calling it Take Care. It's in honor of a famous other... It's a piece of music by The Caretaker, where he uses old 78s and stuff to put you in the brain of a man who goes through Alzheimer's, has their brain melt out their ears, and dies. And it's like an 8-hour long or more piece. And then there's a final bit after that entire thing, which was like, take care, it's a desert out there. And so then this is going to be called Take Care. And the reason for that, is because it's for the purposes of taking whatever kind of input you put in and generating that kind of sound space out of it, but not reverb. That's the one. Gabriel nailed it. Everywhere at the end of time, that's the one. Take her or Tesser or T-car. I like T-car. We'll call it T-car. And yeah, Take Care It's a Desert Out There is like a post Everywhere at the End of Time album. So it should do what Melt did, only more so. And we're going to not worry about these for the moment, but just get something up and running. But we need this stuff. I'm going to need larger values than this, but these are the values I can just update. Technically, I do not need to define. That's part of verb sixes. I don't like this being so small. Let me attend to that. And it will get to have feedback. That, at least, might not belong for the regular 3x3, but it'll be awesome for this. Yeah, no, I have listened through it. It took a long time. I didn't sit there in one sitting and do it. I put on Everywhere at the End of Time in my car while I drove back and forth to like meetings and stuff. And so I started with it in the very beginning. Travis, that might hurt you real good. You should check it out a little bit before you entertain any idea like that. I started out listening to it just doing its cheesy 78 type stuff, and then I just continued to stick with it hour after hour as it progressed and progressed and progressed. Entire rides to Keene, which is local to me, half an hour drive each way, were taken up by continuing to experience this as it went. So I almost listened to it in one sitting, in that it was many different separate sittings, but every time I picked up where I left off and went on. This is called Take Care, and capital T, capital C, not necessarily all caps. Let's see, got to define that. And I'm also going to need this. If I'm lucky, I'll get this working by the end of the day. It's still about 20 minutes before I need to thaw out my tacos and all that. I'm looking forward to that today. This was going to be one of my work days, and no mistake. And I'm happy to say that Silken seems to have come out pretty good. Yeah, it's quite close to Brattle. It's about equally far away from Brattleboro as I am. I'm in Bellows Falls in Vermont. You know, funny thing, I have yet to meet the guy that moved into town. Maybe one day I will. I'm not willing to make any assumptions that he's like, oh, he wants to come and hang out. You know, if he doesn't, whatever. We shall see. I think he's one of those guys who just kind of cordially hates everybody. And it's like, okay, I can work with that. I don't have to be judgmental about that. Which would mean that I'm actually going to end up becoming somebody worthy of respect and appreciation simply for not getting in his grill and making demands of him. But I don't know. He does things like he goes mountain biking. I'm not very interested in mountain biking, so it's all good. And he takes beautiful photographs. I unironically think he takes great photographs. So let's see, let's post this in here. And it is fascinating the way I bump heads with so many developers in some of these places that I know there's discords and things I know about. I bump heads with all of these developers, and many of them do not give a crap about what I do. And the ones that do, half the time, are so much better than me at programming, that they struggle to even be able to, they can't clock me. They do not understand what I am. But they are always very surprised that every week I come out with another plugin. And when they sound good, which I don't think any of these people are paying attention, frankly, but when they sound good, they're probably even more amazed. It's like that thing with my brother who's in Massachusetts somewhere. Oh, we don't need cycle end. That's not a thing we do anymore. The one who was like, it's like you don't think, and yet this thing happened. Let's see if we can make a noise happen. How's that for something to happen? So yeah, like my peers in the industry are a little bit like that for me. I am happy if they just leave me alone and don't give me a hard time. Ooh, we're going to need this. But we're not going to need that. I don't know whether we're going to need this. I'll leave that there for now. And yep, in sample frames, it does have the bits it needs in order to be able to use that. Let's see if we can make the thing happen. Everything needs this. That's putting it strongly, Travis. I don't think any devs hate on Airwindows. Far from it. They mostly just don't take me seriously, or some of them have very different tastes in sound. Like, different tastes in sound are very much a thing. There's one guy in the Search XT forums who loves the sound of the Yamaha DX7. And in fact, that's who I learned some of the secrets of the DX7 from. And it's kind of awe-inspiring how weird and janky that thing is. But as far as liking it, no, I've had to mix those live, thank you. I've had to take that instrument and try to make it work in a band as the front of house mixer, trying to make it come through a PA system and not be awful. And man, those are brutal. It is because it is using some kind of weird exponential function for taking a 12-bit output and making it cover a way bigger dynamic range than that. And it does it by having random bits poking out 12 times as loud as they should. It's really wild. The sound of those things are tough to deal with. Yeah. I mean, I think there's a reason I don't get many people like literally hating on me, is that I kind of stay out of people's way. I'm not causing trouble for people, and I'm not generally dissing on other developers or anything like that. So why would I be having trouble? It takes a very petty person to get in my grill and give me problems. And that doesn't really happen. As far as I know, maybe it is, and I don't know about it. But I don't think it is. And hey, we're going to uncomment that bit too. And we're going to take all of this, and off we go. So up here to fix these. The part that I'm interested in is how it's going to work for, I might even need a not Bezier filter this one. But for now, I'm going to put it together the way it originally came, so I can get a sound happening. Here's our final 6-band thingy, and here's our output stuff. Oh, God, excuse me. There's a reason I'm going to be taking time for Minecrafting or just taking a week off. Again, I'm thinking towards the end of August. I've got stuff to do. Covering a lot of ground and wanting to see results. Okay, so you can come up here. Oh, I think this is one of those, need to build it twice. I think this one needs to be built in order to find its stuff. This time it should be fine, except for it's not using any of these variables, but whatever. That's no sin. So in theory, we just instantiated this as a 3x3 with feedback and no controls. There it is. What does this sound like? Does it work? Yep, that sounds like it. Only control is B. B is dry wet. Cool. Alrighty. We can make this do something else by ramping up these a whole bunch. Pretty sure this is still going to run. You'll see what I do with it next, assuming, of course, that this concept works. Build. See, technically that will become a maximum delay. So everything is defined to be able to use the maximum delay. But we are not modulating any of it. Maximum delay is this. And since all of those are the same length now, what's happening is it is a single slapback delay now, because all of the delay lengths are the same. Here's where I try to start making something weirder happen and find out whether I need to do things very differently or not. You know what? How about you clean that, and we're going to get rid of some of these. Then it will complain slightly less. Build twice again. Yeah, well, there's a reason I'm doing Chimey Guitar 2. Chimey Guitar 2 has Bezzy Comp in there, and I found I wasn't really able to use it very well. Unused variable temp. What's that about? Oh, that. Okay. I get it. Weird how I'm not getting much in the way of regen. I would have thought I'd see more of that. Maybe it's because I haven't got these set right. sense worrying about that right now, though. So A goes from 0 to 1. I'm going to need another variable, aren't I? Here's the idea. Here's our Bezier input, meaning that it can be deresed, which I wonder why I'm not actually... No, I am seeing it. It's just not actually a thing right now. Deres would actually be one of these parameters. Igor, I am, in fact. But mostly what you've mentioned. I need a chimey guitar too. Chimey Deluxe would be that version of that. And then I have one other, which I'm calling Punchy Guitar, which rather than being the chimey guitar style of saturation is more of a wavefolder. And it's a sine-based wavefolder. So that should produce more of a thick, upfront, dense tone without the sort of grit. It'd be more gritless, more tubey, and it'll have its own usefulness. And the amp sims that Jonathan is talking about are from a very long time ago. So you can certainly play with them if you like, but I wouldn't be using them myself. So here's where we're defining things. Rotate plus equals A. And or I can make one weird little bit of code in here that will do what I want. Probably. If I get my brain together enough to be able to do this bit. So we'll start with that, which is the same as I had before. But I've got code kicking around here. Like, for instance, this line, that can also be used for what I'm doing with rotate. So another parenthesis. Rotate plus A minus there'll be things like that. Is larger than mpi. Do I have that kicking around, or do I have to do it from memory? I probably have to do it from memory. That's fine. Yeah. It's okay. See, one of my key factors, which keeps me going and is probably something that makes me be more generally helpful, is that I have no shame about struggling to do these things that I find nearly impossible and not knowing what I'm doing. I have no problem being seen on the internet not knowing what I'm doing and struggling through it, because my hope is that people will see that and go, I'm going to try to do this too. Look, if this idiot can do it, then I should be able to as well, and they would be right. Up. I don't know whether this is going to work. I don't care. This, at least, I do know is going to work. So now rotate is going to continue turning around, and it will go to the extent of mpi. In fact, I was looking for a variable I found elsewhere where they were dealing with like math m tau, and tau is apparently pi times 2, but I could simply do pi times 2. That's a very straightforward thing to do. If I do that, then the rotate will end up going into negative numbers as well as positive numbers. And the colon means if that is not true, then use this answer instead. That is the question mark operator, the ternary operator, something like that. Yeah, the thing about the AmpSim thing, Gabriel, is that, out of curiosity, Shiv, are you on Blue Sky? Have I seen you around in Blue Sky? Because I recognize the icon looks familiar, and I recognize running across a Shiv on Blue Sky and being like, that's cool, guy. I appreciate that opinion. Nice, like that. So yeah. But as far as the AmpSims are concerned, if you want stuff that is not like what Pointy Guitar or Pointy Deluxe do, then you should be using somebody else's proprietary plugin or whatever, because my things are not going to be made to act like the commercial Sims. They're made to do something very different. And you're not going to get me doing the thing that they do. Not you? Well, fair enough. And then you can be other cool Shiv then. So let's see, F3AL. Okay, so here's the challenge I face. These are integer delays. To do a pitch sweeping thing, they need to be not integer delays. In particular, to be a pitch sweeping thing, they need to be non-integer delays that are having the amount of increment or decrement change as they go. So I feel like I gotta dive back into these. This stuff is fine. These are the buffers I'm using. I'm lucky that this is such a small thing. Oh, it is also 404, so hang on. I gotta put something on because I'm gonna scramble off and turn on my stove. Actually, I bet I can just do this. It may. After everything, it's still me. Hi. I think at some point I might have been trying to play music and show it on meter, but with the wrong screen showing. So in reading back on chat and stuff, here's the thing. Certain people are very into what like Pointy Guitar, Pointy Deluxe do. Pointy Guitar in particular, you can trap in the extremes using the speaker controls and have it act and sit surprisingly much like real deal things, and you can certainly try them out on bass as well. Pointy Deluxe is a step beyond there, where it is not attempting to filter or bandpass it at all. And so you can use ultra high gain until it is nothing but chug and insanity. It's still going to sound different from everything else. So yeah, it is so much of an acquired taste that when I put out Pointy Deluxe, I was very self-deprecating about it. I was like, well, this is a disaster. And people were like, no, this is awesome. And I was like, yay, cool. I'm glad you enjoyed it. But that is kind of the struggles that we face there. Let me see now. So I need to duplicate these things as doubles. I mean, they could be float, but my habit is to make stuff double. Hopefully I can type. And then let's just make those ones letters be D instead of C. We can keep some of the other stuff the same. Because we got to modulate this, we can't do that with just integers. No, it has to progress through these buffers at varying speeds. Write at one speed, read somewhat later at a different speed, and you've got a pitch change, and that's the whole point of what this is supposed to do. You could indeed put angle EQ after Pointy Deluxe to have it act like a strange cool cabinet. Absolutely correct. That is an experiment that will totally work. Okay, having defined these variables, now I must neutralize them before they destroy the world. Then there will be a layer of indirection. And there ain't no special reason why those would be 1 or 1.0, but whatever. One of the things that most interests me is when I'm trying to get something to sound exactly like the real thing, but I'm often not interested in like particular brands of amps or things so much as it's like I'm obsessed with these vinyl records. How do I make this guitar come off of this computer like it comes off of this old vinyl record that I grew up with? And there's a whole chain involved in doing that, and it's very tricky and complicated. You know, I don't think I need these. Let's lose them. Here's where I probably add another layer of indirection. Well, leaving as much as possible the same, because this is reading through the matrix from two separate directions, and so I can't just change some of this stuff willy-nilly. It goes A, B, C, C, F, I. Alrighty, I didn't need any of the rest of that stuff. Okay. We're just gonna take that and we're gonna delete the rest of these. Maybe I can make it simpler. I don't know whether I can make it simpler. Oh, interesting. So I've got D3A and then D3AL and AR, presumably. Presumably have AR? Let's find out. Yes, I do. Okay, well then you just add another letter onto the end, and that means it is the floating point position tracker. One thing I can do is check this before I'm completely done with it, just so that I can know if it's doing anything. So if we update these, we'll get something out of it. And then if we search and replace this, in selection, this should, we can't do plus plus. That's not going to work. That's not going to work at all. Also, I have to scale this back rather than step it back. So let's see. One thing at a time. That. we're going to subtract an int from a double. Because it's kind of like, interesting, we actually have a fixed delay length, which may or may not be what I keep. Possible that that's not going to work. Don't mind me reading chat. About 40 minutes to tacos. Hopefully I don't get so hung up in this that I skip my tacos. This is definitely one of those days where I need to actually have food. I'm going to need a complicated bit of math for this. Also, this no longer works. We're going to have to assume that it is always higher than 0, because if it's less than 0, you don't want to subtract. That makes no sense. There's no point even evaluating that, because it wouldn't do what I want. Anyway, everything is kind of changing. Honestly, in practically using these, I probably don't need to do that check for anything else either. I only plus plus, and I shouldn't really have to evaluate whether that's less than 0. It's an insanity check, and there's kind of a lot of them. So I need to add something like rotate, but you know what? It's not going to be quite like that. It's going to be sine rotate plus something plus 1. Because rotate will migrate between 0 and 2 if I do that. There. So as rotate sweeps through 0, the speed drops to nothing. We're just seeing if we can make it do a horrible thing. That's all we're doing, is trying to make a terrible, terrible result. However, oops. Here's the thing, I find other people's code just as daunting. I don't really understand how any of that works. So, now we see what this does. Because in theory, this is incrementing a thing. It's incrementing it at varying speeds. Rotate sets that speed. We have control over that. And we're spitting the output into another position. After we've written to it, we are then incrementing it, then we're reading back. Let's see what it did. It is very unlikely I'm going to be finished with this by the end of the day, but that's okay. I finished Silken. that's more important than this anyhow. Modern-tron. Let's see if it even still works, or if it's totally broken. Or if it's totally broken in a way that's bad rather than a way that's good. Okay, something went horribly wrong. We have no pitch bend at all. But is it because I'm running this at too high of a speed? No, it's just busted. Okay, so we got nowhere with that. 100% absolutely nowhere. It might be that I have to recalculate all of this over again. That part at least should be working. This should be doing something, but I am simply not sure if that... we're assigning... No, it was bad. It was very bad. So we should at least be able to reproduce the original by... Firstly, let's bust this into multiple lines. Then if I do a bunch of this, I should be reproducing what it originally was. And that'll be worth discovering. Oops. Alrighty, so if it does this successfully, then at least that part functioned. Let's see whether it sounds normal or whether it still does the glitchy thing. Because if it does the glitchy thing, something else is wrong. Yep. That's back to normal. So that's interesting. Well, what if we run these at different speeds? Now, some of them are going downsampled. That should produce different delay times, although it will not produce different pitches pitches was failing me good and hard. Does it produce different delay times? And probably gritty, grungy unpleasantness. It's producing gritty grunginess, and it's hard to tell whether that's really different delay times. Possibly it is, though. Looks like what I'm going to need to do is literally recode this from scratch. I've got about a half an hour a stream. We could at least find out what kind of thing might be possible. I can look up take care. Or milt. Not take care. Because the guts of this concept will remain the same. And the way that I'm adding stuff together to produce the output and inverting things and using them in a matrix, that's going to be the same. But my other one could do this. So that's milk for you. Range seems to operate backwards. You got a nice little tape warble thing going on. And we are certainly able to make the pitches go bonkers. You can't even hear what the pitch is at this stage. But we're simply not getting that much of a sense of like you could feed this into a big reverb and have like everywhere at the end of time. But this is simply not doing it's really simply not everywhere at the end of timifying everything. But those are pitch bends, to be sure. So maybe something to do here is open up Melt after all. Did I have it open? Not recently enough to matter. When I first set this up, that's what it was. And let's compare the way those delays and pitch bends are done with the way that the reverb purely comb filter delays are done. Fairly simple looking. Kind of weird though. So min tap and max tap are things I'm doing. I've got like 30 of each of them. And these are being set each buffer. I'm not going to be doing that. I'm a little puzzled as to, I better look at the H file. All of this stuff is ints. Interesting. None of it's floating point. How is that even possible? That's a puzzle. If everything is an int, how am I even making that work? Because everything here is an int, at least before I did all this. Oh, God, excuse me. Slow count? What even is slow count? Where do we find slow count? Ah, it's here. Where are we incrementing slow count? It says old enough that it's completely baffling. Yeah, you can fool with melt. I just want more. I want way more, and I want resonance. So here's a big, long buffer, and it's using a single buffer, and it's technically this is double buffering because you see DG count and DG count plus 1600. This is interleaving between these positions. That's how it's doing that. So combine is like an output. And we're subtracting and adding integer delay positions. Okay, this is weird. I'm going to look at a different one, because you realize there are other approaches, some of which might be more useful. Here's an example. Ah, but that's a filter. The thing that does stuff is this. So tape delay 2 is able to pitch modulate. It is very able to pitch modulate. Question is, how can I adapt that to take care? Because you see, that did its thing, but that didn't let you put an LFO on it. So everything I've tried so far is running into its own problems as far as doing the caretaker thing. Doing that caretaker thing. So this is back when I used float 64 instead of double. So this would also mean this is before I was coding VSTs. It is out as a VST though, I got it out. So prev sample I think is filtering. Here's our buffer. Delay and sweep are both doubles. And then the filter stuff, that is a form of biquad. And last ref is something else. Actually, last ref is undersampling. That's what that is. See, this is the previous form of undersampling before the Bezier. And we've got a averaging filter also built into it. Yeah, the tape delay 2 is worth trying. It's not too shabby. It's okay. It's a little old, but it's okay. See, here's biquad filtering stuff. And here's where we define things. Everything's like 0. So here's where we modulate stuff. So if we modulated this with an LFO, not today. If we modulated this with an LFO, we would get pitch bendy stuff. This is early biquad filter stuff. I'm currently doing biquad filter stuff, which is all a little bit better labeled and named and organized. We got a regen filter and an out filter, apparently. So that's 2 separate filters. And the code... So this is the stuff that lives inside the early form of undersampling. These things are strictly filtering. This is a filtering that's going into the feedback. And this is something else. So without those things, actually I'm going to grab these and bring them over to the other thing. So we will make a big space, stick this in so that I can see how it works. These are the only parts that will actually matter. And then after that, there's this. And that's a filter, so I don't need that. So we will ignore the feedback. Oh, and we've got the filter sitting right in here. So let's skip that. That's just a filter for the regen. I feel like maybe this part is losing me a little bit. So input sample plus depause times feedback. That's reading back out of the delay again. So we'll ignore that bit. We do have feedback working, but I'm more interested in simply how I'm counting the delay, what direction I'm going, stuff like that. We can skip this too. We're apparently saving an old sample. Jonathan, that's a good point. Frank Zappa would have told you that years ago. It was one of the first things he figured out. Almost doesn't matter what the voice is doing so much as there needs to be a person on there. So delay minus equals speed. Speed was being... Where do we do that? Speed's defined in here somewhere. Base speed, look at that. Well, how do we get from base speed to speed then? Vibe speed is yet another whole other thing. All of this lives inside tape delay too. Okay. Okay. Here's an early form of tape flutter, which is appropriate because that would be what you'd use. That's probably as much of this as I need. Let's move this down to where it's first used. Also a little puzzled as to what I'm doing with previous sample. Okay, so speed was base speed plus vibe speed, sine sweep, and sweep is being incremented like this, and that is the tau value, the 2 times pi value I was talking about earlier. Oh God, it is going to be time to go and have tacos. I doubt I'm going to hear anything from this. Just staring at all this nonsense. But this is still the guts of how this worked. Let's change these as long as I have to look at them so that they look more like my recent stuff. this could move up here. Because here's where we get speed. Here's this stuff, here's that stuff. It's all generating, there's a bunch of complication going on there. But all that's really happening is we're using those complicated things to produce this much simpler thing. So base speed plus vibe speed times sine sweep, that's probably going in, if I'm using tau, it's definitely going into the negatives. So vibe speed has to be larger than base speed at all times, otherwise my speed can go negative. Delay minus equal speed, so in this case our position for placing samples is counting down rather than up. Increment input sample minus previous sample divided by speed, so that's interesting. And then why is position going pos minus minus? That's acting like an integer. Actually, this is really getting bonkers. Pos is defined like right up there. We can't actually save it. So it's counting down by this amount. If this amount changes, that's where we get the pitch warbles. That's still sensible. It should modulate if we get the pitch warbles. This doesn't seem useful. I'm honestly not sure where we're defining that. This is useless if we're only instantiating it up here, unless we're doing something with it later. All of this is just a mess. The only thing that I learned from this is that this underlying value is actually a double. It's not an integer. And we're referring to D position. Position is in fact floor delay. So it's casting these two integers in order to access the sample value in there. Yeah, let's give up on this nonsense. It didn't actually end up being helpful. Maybe I've got something else somewhere else that might help. I do have a bunch of variables that are defined. Like I do at least have that. So in theory, so we can simplify some of these things rather than trying to be overly tricky with them. This is functionally equivalent to what it was before. Rotate plus equals A, so rotate does not necessarily move very fast. These things... If we pull this back and then try to get anything that's pitch modulating rather than horrible screechy, if I can get anything like that happening, I'm going to count it as a win. I don't want the buffer buster glitchy stuff going on. So what if instead we go with 1.0 I'm not really worried about these offsets, I just want anything to happen that's consistent. If this is literally 1.0 and nothing else happening, then it should be steady. 1 is the base value. Which means we can then, with the use of the Shift key, add much less of this. In fact, we can bring in one of these things. There. Now we've got variable C. If we set C to 0, nothing should happen. If we move C off 0, it should start warbling, except for maybe it won't. But something might happen, and we shall see. And if we do, we'll see how steady it is. Because we're basically forcing it into the appropriate settings. And we're... How is that? Ooh, high. Well, this explains why it wasn't feeding back. That statement has no meaning. Now it'll feed back. I'm not sure what it'll do, but it'll feed back. Also, let's put parentheses in there just for lulz. Build. Now let's see whether anything happened. Go away, tape delay. You didn't end up being useful. Over to our Modern-Tron. Let's see if we can make a vibrato happen through the messing with things that we've been doing. I'm not going to assume that's going to work, but we'll find out. Firstly, normal reverb. Speed of vibrato. Okay, sounds kind of crunchy, but okay, so we got scrunchiness because something is wrong. Oh, it came back. And we've got a crazy pitchy thing. Alrighty. Okay, it is 5 o'clock. I don't know why this is grinding my gear so much, but this was the target. The point, however, being it needs to be able to do this over 9 separate delays independently without this grindy noise. But that warbliness, that is the intent. Let's make an assumption before I quit. I know I have to quit because it's time for me to have my tacos, but let's try one more thing. Let's try one more thing. There's our signs. I probably don't want to add that. I think it'll work better if everything is a little slower than it's supposed to be. So in order to deal with that, I'm going to quickly throw in some more parentheses just to make sure that I have everything squared away. We're still doing times C. Because that's the amount of this that we add. But if we do sine rotate plus 0 minus 1, or actually, no, we could do it the other way around, couldn't we? My assumption is going slower than real time is safe. Going faster than real time will cause skipped samples, and skipped samples are what's causing that noise. I mean, technically, if this works, it's ready to go for the rest of it, at which point the next time you see this might be in functioning form. Let's find out if subtracting was enough. Because we've now changed it so that rather than oscillating between a speed of 1 and a speed of less or more than, now we can only update by a speed of 1 or less, meaning it cannot actually skip samples and leave them unused. Let's find out if that saves it. C of 0, full wet. No, it still crunches. But, oh boy, do we have craziness. That's frequency modulation. Yeah, I don't have this interpolated in any way, so it's crunching. So that's going to be something I'll need to fix. I am clearly hearing buffer busting and unpleasantness going on. So without the grindiness, we're starting to get into that zone where caretaker-y type stuff could be made to happen. Honestly, with the grindiness, it still is, but only after the guy's brain is dissolved. And I don't want that grindiness, I just want the pitch bends. Alrighty, folks. I give up. Maybe Thursday we'll get back to this. Honestly, it seems if I can make this crazy modulation happen, it should be possible to make the plugin happen. It's just that we are having extremely unpleasant interactions with the buffer sizes, or worse, and I'm not really quite sure what to do about that. But at least I got the pitch stuff happening. That was kind of what I had in mind. And it's even crazy in stereo, and this is with only one layer of householder matrix. If I get it working and it's smooth, I add the same modulations to the two successive banks of 3, and then all of the modulations happen at their individual times, and it goes completely stark raving bonkers. But that'll be for another day. Maybe I'll do that on Thursday, just because my habit is to try all of the difficult things and the things that aren't working on stream, so that people can understand you can do this, you should try. Just the fact that I can't do it the first time out doesn't stop me, and so go for it, do stuff. And on that note, I'll talk to you later, and I'm off to have my tacos now. Bye bye.